And could you all please not be speaking in between while I'm speaking? That is much appreciated. Thank you. Those who have their speaker on mute, could you please unmute so that you can hear what I'm saying? My name is Kenneth Cooperley. I also put it in the chat so people can read actually who I am. I am the president of the Status African Battleground Alliance on Status, which currently is busy with a lot of activities in relation to the excavation of our ancestors and the unethical way of dealing with our ancestors on the island as commodities, etc., etc. I won't go too deep into that. I will put our website and blog into the chat so you all want more information of regarding what we are doing on the island and of St. Eustatius and Pennsylvania. You all can actually read that from our website. As I said, my name is Mr. Kugale. I would not actually go into the um, video with everybody. Then what I will ask is all of the people who are participating today, seeing the time and to save time, to give a short and brief synopsis of who they are, and from there on we will go into the program. So the ground rules today is actually if you want to ask a question after people have presented themselves and their stories, you can raise your hands and as such we will actually continue with the proceeding in a manageable fashion. So I would like to ask to start with Mrs. Beryl Beekman to introduce herself, and as such I will continue along the lines with all of the speakers, etc. Mrs. Beekman, could you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we are hearing you. I am hearing you. We can hear you. Could you please briefly introduce yourself, please, so I can have the other speakers introduce themselves briefly
Yes,
and give a short synopsis of
I
who they
will
are.
do. But
And
can people see me?
we are seeing your picture. We are not seeing you as person. We are seeing your picture. So something is with your video. But like I said, for the sake of time, maybe for the time being, we should just deal with it as such.
Oh, okay. Then I will later. I will look what is going on.
Yes,
That is how
I
that
will,
is how the spirits are working because
I will suggest you do
there
that.
were
Thank you.
so many people who registered that I was afraid that something could happen. And okay, so let me begin on behalf of the National Platform for the Dutch Slavery Past and the African World Studies Institute to welcome everybody at this special Zoom meeting, and also on behalf of the African World Studies Institute. First of all, my gratitude to the Supreme Soul and tribute to our ancestors and all the heroes and heroines, heroes who made it possible for us that we are still here today. Give thanks. Gratitude to the leadership of Caricom Reparatory Justice Commission, and in particular Madame Hilary Brown and Professor Dr. Phil Shepard. I'm indebted to all my teachers, and I mention in particular Helen Felter and Rita Nalo, and all the ladies of the African Women's Movement, Sophie Dela, also Esther Stanford, Roger Weerhan, a lot to mention, my relatives, siblings, and children. I owe so many of you thanks, too many, Jennifer, Sirelda, Gilma, and Abaisa, Bernice, and Tara. I can't complain, not to mention the country's warriors of the first hour, in particular the late Honorable Ambassador Baba Dudley Thompson, David Horan, and Iman Drame. The big guys, Malcolm X, Garvey, and Bob Marley. Specific the years 1990 and 2000, I would
Hello, hello.
like to mention, because these are the years that African people all over the world gather together in preparation in preparatory committees in all regions of the globe, because it was the first time that the transatlantic slavery and colonialism should have a place on the agenda of the UN, the United Nations. And I talk about the Third World Conference against racism, xenophobia, and related intolerance. And that was a very important meeting, very important conference, where the tone was set to declare the transatlantic slave trade, and colonialism as a crime against humanity. And
Sorry.
after all,
Barrett, hold on a minute, please.
Madam stop
Please,
talking.
gentlemen, could you all please lower, hello, could you all please, hello, could you all please lower your noise in the background, please?
Can the moderator please mute all other mics?
Okay, Barrett, continue, please.
yes, and that was 2001 was the historical something of us we speak about our historical time, our historical moment that the United Nations was willing to declare the transatlantic slavery and colonialism as a crime against humanity. And from that time, we had our moment to go further with the claiming of reparatory justice and recognition of the transatlantic slave trade and colonialism as a crime against humanity. And 21 years later, we are sitting now here together because the Dutch government has certainly are willing to come with their apology, and I think that Kenneth Kufarai will explain further the status of the development. So, family on this gathering, I happy that we have in our midst Caricom Reparation Commission leadership. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Diekman, for that. I would like to call on the other speaker, I believe, Mr. Refilio. He is on the way, so I will go to, going down the program list as I receive it. So I'll go to Mrs. Diana, Fleck. Mrs. Diana Fleck, could you be very brief in just giving a short synopsis? And again, I reiterate the short synopsis within a minute or so, please, in the sake of time. Could you hear me, Mrs. Fleck?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you all. I greet you all from heart to heart, from life to life, every person, every animal, every plant, every drop of rain, respect for our ancestors. I was born and raised in Suriname in a village called Bernsdorp in Suriname, and there's only 20,000 indigenous people divided over 9 tribes still in Suriname. I am the chairwoman and founder of the Slave Foundation, Suriname, and the Caribbean, Netherlands, since 2013. And I also have 2 other foundations, one in Holland. It's because the name of that is the Global Human Rights Indigenous Foundation in Holland, and also one in Suriname, the Global Human Rights Indigenous Foundation in Suriname. So that is who I am.
you. You have to unmute
Oh, yeah,
yourself.
sorry. Thank you for that, Mrs. Fleck. I would like now to go to Mr. Debrina Omari. Could you please give a brief and detail within a minute and a half, a synopsis of yourself, please, in the sake of time.
238,
Thank you so
43,
much.
7.
I am Dovri Omad. I am chairperson of the Antigua and Barbuda Reparation Support Commission. I'm also one of 3 vice chairs of the Caricom Reparations Commission. I say thanks to Dr. Baradickman for this invitation to the CRC to participate in this panel discussion. We see this as a foundation, I think, for continued collaboration as we engage in our efforts to build a global reparations movement addressing the European slave trade, slavery, and the genocide of indigenous people in our Caribbean region. And thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for that and welcome. I guess you don't remember me, but we met sometime in the past, and your last video in relation to the humiliating insult of the prince from the UK who
Yes.
came to Antigua and Barbuda, telling us how horrible the enslavement of our people was. Like you expressed in that video, was a total resentment and undignified and humiliating approach toward our people. And this is the way these colonial individuals who continue to represent the legacy of colonialism continue to disrespect and without any form of ethics and dignity. So today, to add to what you said, it is not a request what we are going to be talking about. It is a moral and ethic demand. I'd like to emphasize on that when it comes to recovery and reparation, the systematically and chronicle underdevelopment of our people throughout the Americas and even in the Could you hear us, Mr. Sunderland? Okay, Mr. Refilio Tenol, could you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, but can you hear me?
Yes, we are hearing you clearly. Could you please introduce yourself and give a short synopsis of yourself, please, briefly?
Yeah. Uh, an organization that are working on reparations for people of Afghanistan.
Okay, thank you for that. Was that it, Brother Remilio?
And of course, I'm grateful and blessed to be here talking about a serious topic today.
Okay, thank you very much, my brother. Unfortunately, if I look at the list of people and names, I am not seeing that Mr. Arnold Saunders is present. So I will then continue, and if he joins later, we will just have to actually let him in. But as far as I am seeing, he's not present among any of the names. Now, again, like I said earlier, my name is Mr. Kenneth Kubele. I am president of the St. Eustatius African Burial Ground Monument Foundation on St. Eustatius. And among other things, I am also responsible for setting up the psychiatric and addiction treatment on the island of St. Eustatius. Now, if we look at the theme today in relation to the subject that we're going to be discussing, the background of the announcement is, for instance, in relation to the Dutch cabinet to deliver a message on the 19th of December. I must say, when I speak to the people here on St. Eustatius, in relation to a documentary which has to do with the Middle Passage, which is called A Story of Bones, where St. Eustatius is very much connected to that horrible and horrendous barbaric crimes which the British have inflicted on our people on the island of St. Helena. When you look at those correlations, there's no exception that St. Helena is unique in that regard. When you go out and look throughout the rest of the Americas, you will find the same practices. So today I would like to add to what Mrs. Beekman said. Yes, the horrendous and barbaric crimes which have been inflicted upon our ancestors were not only recognized by the United Nations as crimes against humanity, but to add to that also by the European Parliament recognized those crimes as crimes against humanity. And so in relation to this so-called secrecy of a message which the Dutch central government with all of their allies or appointees which are coming to the various islands and regions to deliver a message whereof hardly anybody of the African community at large, whether it would be in the European part of the Dutch so-called kingdom or in the overseas Dutch so-called territories, nobody has been in a broader community form of engagement when it comes to the African community has been involved. And when I say that, I mean African-centered allies and people from a grassroots point of view who has the right to decide whatever message should be brought. They have a right to put content and to put the date and setting a date. It cannot be so that the colonial master is going to come out and bring an excuse whereof actually hardly of the African community at large has any form of input and given consent to. And that of itself is an insult and an indication as to how they look at us as we as people. And when you're going to speak about an excuse, an empty excuse without, a great and recovery plan in the extensive form in content to recovery of our communities at large, socially, culturally, economically, and geographically speaking, in relation to reparation. If that's not the case, then an apology is an empty gesture has the meaning. An empty gesture which actually constitutes again the disrespect and the disregard towards us as African people. And I would like to add finally, when we speak about reparation and recovery, we speak about throughout the Americas indeed where the enslavement of our people in the most horrendous and barbaric form has transpired. We must remember also to speak about the mother country Africa, because up until this day where we are speaking about reparation and reparatory justice, our continent is being exploited and plundered by the same people. So I do think that it is a broad and complex journey which we take upon ourselves to actually carry out and carry through, but we cannot actually forget that the mother country is part of this recovery as well. I think the book which Walter Rodney wrote will give every one of us a good insight to that. Walter Rodney book which he wrote, how Europe underdeveloped Africa. And so it is us all in a nutshell we have to be speaking about. So in that regard, I will go to Mr. Regilio if there are no questions, short in relation to the opening. If there are no questions, short and brief, then I will go to Mr. Regilio for now to actually give his testimony. Okay, Mr. Regilio, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, yeah, thank you. Well, first, I missed the opening, so I don't know. I hope I'm not saying the same things as a speaker before me. I think everyone knows that the situation at this moment in the Netherlands, that that the Dutch state will, the Prime Minister will give excuses for the Dutch slavery past on Monday. Even though it's not confirmed, but all the signs are green that we will have excuses for slavery past. Well, I wrote an open letter to the government and the cabinet where I stated that excuses without any form of reparation or recovery plan is no excuses at all, especially when you take in regard that the negative effect of slavery past is still present today. The announcement of at least the announcement of the excuses that is going to be spoken on Monday created a total chaos in the Netherlands. We see that there's a lack of coordination and a lack of a structured, coordinated approach among people in the Black community. We see a lot of people sitting at the table with the Prime Minister or other delegates of government talking about. Some are talking about plans, some are talking about the material of the words spoken out in the excuse. We have even some who went to the court to file for to file a petition to let the Dutch judge, to prevent the Prime Minister of making excuses on Monday. So when you look at this, you see that there's a lack of coordination, a lack of working together, of cooperation among the people of our the Black community. Well, it's not a strange thing that it happened because to me, it's a strange thing that happened in the colonial era. It's a typical form of divide and conquer from the Dutch government. When you think in the Netherlands, we have since 2001 the UN declaration of the UN declaration that slavery is a crime against humanity. We have in the Netherlands, as civil society, we came together and we had a working group working out a national plan in accordance with the DDPA. We also have
Unmute yourself, Mr. Ricky, please. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, I have to mute everyone because people are having interference in between. So,
okay. Yeah. So we had a national action plan. We had a manifest for for a Dutch transformation of society. We have a Black agenda where we have some programs to let's say a reparation program. But all these things, we didn't find the government willing and able to talk about or to adopt one of our plans. So for us, it's a surprise that all of a sudden the government made like a 180 turn from not willing and expressing not to make an apology to going to make an apology on Monday. Well, at the same time, the Prime Minister already it was leaked out in the media, but it's also now confirmed by the Prime Minister Rutte himself that what he's going to say on Monday will not be followed by any form of reparations or a recovery, some recovery method. So for us, it's very simple. If that's the case, then we cannot take anything what is going to be said seriously. Well, the government was not taking us serious, and they're still not taking us as Black community, people of African descent in the Netherlands seriously. For this meeting, well, the reason that we have this meeting and I'm attending this meeting is that from the Caricom, the Suriname Reparation Commission, or the National Reparation Commission from Suriname, we see that there's a lack of communication on what's happening on the Caricom level. We've been in contact with Mr. Sunder several times in recent years, especially in 2014. We drew up a sort of a framework sketch for a possible cooperation with a structure, a four-fold structure. But there's never been a follow-up we were never informed about the development or plans or plans what's happening in Caricom. So another thing that another reason for having this meeting is also to address that we feel there's no, we are not being represented, there's no representation for civil society in the Netherlands with regards to Caricom or the reparations issues. We know that Mr. Thunder spoke with the Dutch cabinet, Dutch ministry. He arrived here a few days ago, but he always stated that, or he's of the opinion that the excuses, for instance, the excuses from the Netherlands should be addressed in Suriname because as he referred it to the place of crime, the place of crime. Well, we are of the opinion, we also stated that clearly that we say, well, okay, there are more places of crime, and talking to the Dutch government, considering the history of slavery, of the history, you couldn't just say that Suriname is like the place where everything happened, because we have Suriname, but we have also many other islands in the Caribbean where we have the same problems, the same effects, and even here in the Netherlands, we as citizens of the Netherlands are facing.
Mr. Fanal, are you still there? Mr. Fanal, are you still there? Mr. Fanal. Okay, Mr. Fanal was actually to the point of actually finalizing his 10 minutes. I would like to go to the next speaker for her presentation, and that will be Mrs. Fleck. Mrs. Fleck, you have 5 minutes to do your testimony. Please, could you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, please present
Yes.
yourself and look at the time, because I'll be guarding your time as such as well. You have 5 minutes, so please engage by presenting your testimony, please.
Concerns the apologies of the 19th December, the indigenous people from diaspora Netherlands, Suriname and Aruba, they have never been included in the dialogue sessions of the slavery and colonial past. So therefore, the research is not objective and not reliable on correct facts. It is disrespectful to the diaspora indigenous people and the Caribbean indigenous people to make excuses without including the indigenous people in investigations. The indigenous people have also still not been invited to participate in the National July 1 commemoration committee or the launching of the committee. The Netherlands has no frame of reference or a file on the human crimes committed against the indigenous people made of slaves. I would also to tell you all that we had indigenous woman, Mrs. Christian, who represent us, the indigenous people of Suriname in the Katshuis. So that we are very glad that she has done that. And there are three categories which the cabinet is not or hardly aware of. It is not only the slavery, but we also have genocide, the papal bulls that were set up by the Roman Catholic Church and gave them a free hand to murder us. So there is not only excuse we needed from the Dutch government, but also from the Catholic Church. We also have the red slavery that no one is talking about. Since 1492, when Columbus had reached or set his foot on our land, we fought our way free and signed the peace treaty on January the 10th in 1686 with the governor of Arsen van Sommersdijk. They didn't stop using us still as slave after that. They also robbed our land. And still the land rights issues has not yet been resolved. Our land rights are not recognized, despite the fact that Suriname signed the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in 2007. So there is no recognition for the past of the indigenous people, but there is also a lack of attention for their situation at this moment now. It is a crime what they've done with our people. So I'm looking at the time. Do I have more time to speak?
Yeah, 2 more minutes.
Okay. The natives have lived in Suriname for 6,000 years before Columbus. The original peoples, the First Nation, that is us. And apologize must be offered in an international matter, and not only in Holland, but also in Suriname, and it has to be international. Then comes the recovery. Self-repair is going back to your own identity and appropriating it. The indigenous people must be informed about their repair. Dialogue must be continue. There are challenges we face at this moment. So we have so many things we have to how do you say it? Have to pick up from now until I don't know what they will say at the 19th of December, but we have to see what they will do. But it is a pity that we from the diaspora, indigenous people in Holland, didn't involve with that dialogue table.
Okay, that's it, Mrs. Fleck?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, thank you for that, and I would like to add shortly, even when it comes to the indigenous people, which you spoke about, we as the African Bell, 26 African Bell Ground, is right now in contact with Sonia Atalaya, which is one of the people around the world who represent at last the indigenous people as well. They removed, and I think it was in the early 90s, they removed the remains of the indigenous people from the island of Six Stations and transferred them to the University of Leiden, again without any involvement of the community, any consent of the community. And what we are really seeing now is this so-called apology, and I would like to reiterate on this and emphasize. I'm hearing along the lines, we are speaking here about an apology which we have no clue of what the content of it is about. On the island of Asia, people are calling it and expecting it to be a message instead of a apology, explaining the result of the research which took place in the Netherlands and the report what came out. So there's a lot of confusion and deception which is being created among the community at large. And again, one of the most important elements in this process as we attempt to reclaim our rights and our wealth is that we need to understand that we need to have a collective front with this fight which we're going to take forward and actually have input into it by giving our consent as well and being represented with African-centered scholars, scientists, researchers, our own people. Right now, what we are seeing is a division among us as well, and the Dutch government is using, indoctrinated personalities, for instance, coming out of the Institute Mensa in the Netherlands as a representation of the African community abroad at large, whereof this organization does not represent the African community at large and are being hijacked by the Dutch government by way of anxiety and subsidized. So we need to be very careful as to what we are doing. And before we continue, Mrs. I don't know if it's a Miss or Mr. Dave, you have your hands up. Do you have a question you would like to ask for anything? Or what? Otherwise, we'll just hold on to that. Could you please indicate why your hand is up?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Do you
Yes.
have a question?
Yes, I have a question.
Could,
My name is Elisa.
Yeah, I would like to ask you to hold on to the question where we will go down on the program in a good fashion where question and answers will be engaging with each other.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Mr. Fanon, you were ending your speech and something happened, you went out. Are you hearing me?
You're speaking to me?
Yes, you're speaking to me?
Mr. Fanon, Mr. Regilio. Technically, he was ending his speech, but then he didn't get to do that because some technical reason he had to call. Could you briefly within say 30 seconds finalize what you were saying, Mr. Fanon?
Yes. So the reason we were here at one where there's no communication, there's no communication. There's no communication, and two, the second thing was we don't feel representation of us, civil society, if it comes to with regards to the Caricom goal. I just like to stress that the situation in the Netherlands, Suriname, the Netherlands, is a very unique one. With regard to if we look at the population, that almost the same amount of people in the Suriname are living, of Suriname descent, are also living in the Netherlands. With regard to all the other reparation commissions, we are not, we are living, we are not the other countries that are the Caricom countries. They are like the victims, the country like victims. We are not the victims. We are here. We are living in the. We don't have a black government, so we have the government of the oppressed, the ex-colonial. Well, I still think we are still colonial. So that's a very unique situation. Well, as civil society in the Netherlands, we have a strong wish to be sort of formal sub commission of the Caricom. That's one of our goals. Maybe we prefer to have like a sort of observer status. So one of the goals is to be the voice of civil society, of the people, with regard to Caricom measures to the government. So that's my contribution for to this so far.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fennell, for that contribution. And we will now go to the next speaker.
Is it possible that I can give my comments about Nederland?
I would like everybody to hold their contribution and comment for the section where we'll have question and answer and active contribution. Seeing the time, I would like Cricket to stay on schedule with the plan and the program. Do you mind? That would be the opportunity where you can hold on and come back with what you would like to say. Okay, thank you. I would like to go to the next speaker, which is Mr. Brainer Omade. Could you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. So could you please give your testimony and your contribution, please? And I would allow you hearing what you've been hearing because you have 5 minutes. But I would allow you seeing the geographical position of where we are. I am on St. Eustatius, you are in Antigua and Barbuda, that region. I would preferably give you an extra 2 minutes because I think it is important to correlate the region with the broader concept of Europe and like I said earlier, the mother country as well, which we tend to leave out of this discourse at times.
Thanks so much, and thanks so much for that 3 minutes. Actually, I'm speaking to you from St. Martin. I was invited over today to be with the One St. Martin organization and to be on SOS Radio also. In the few minutes allocated to me here, I wish to do 2 things actually. To examine the trajectory of reparations thought over the last couple of decades, at least in the British colonies of the Caribbean, the former British colonies of the Caribbean, and quickly to share information on how the Caricom Reparations Commission, how it functions, the structure, and its reparatory justice strategic plan. I hope either in question time or at the bottom of this presentation to react to some of the issues raised by Mr. Varnald about the Caricom Reparations Commission, its membership, etc. Although many of us think of the Caricom reparations movement as a 20th century expression, I think we should not be unmindful of history and therefore recognize the foundations to this movement, foundations laid by the fathers and mothers of the Pan-Africanism movement, whose work I think would have peaked with the Marcus Garvey movement in the 1920s, a movement that then further inspired in Jamaica the birth of the Rastafari movement that has been since then in the vanguard for this fourth reparation. We also recognize scholars such as Nobel laureate Arthur Lewis, who's reminded to Britain that it still had a debt to the Caribbean for 200 years of free labor that it received from the region. We also have the foundations established by many of our regional political leaders who succeeded in tackling colonialism and led us to independence. And although the expressions are not necessarily in terms of reparatory justice as we know them, they certainly challenge Britain of its cruelty in walking away at independence without even the common courtesy of what they referred to as a golden handshake. We also recognize the work done by a Jamaican diplomat, John Robert Baba Dudley Thompson, who in 1992 was empaneled as a member of the Organization of African Unity's Eminent Persons Group, then charged with implementing the movement for reparation for slavery to African and the African diaspora. We have, as already mentioned a bit earlier in this discussion, the result of the World Conference against racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, etc., that acknowledged slavery and the slave trade as a crime against humanity and should always be so, especially the transatlantic slave trade. which are among the major sources and manifestations of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, racial intolerance. The Verdun Declaration recognized that victims of violations of the human rights as a result of racism and related wrongs should have the right to seek just and adequate reparations or satisfaction. In 2004, we are sort of moving up. In 2004, we saw for the first time a post-colonial government that of Haiti, led by President Bertrand Aristide, make a formal request to the enslaving nation France for reparations. That initiated a rather one-sided drama. We know how it ended. The invasion by French and US troops, and removed through kidnapping Aristide from his office. And then by 2007, in the UN sanctioned bicentennial commemoration and celebration of the abolition of the British Empire Atlantic slave trade, a number of governments here in the Caribbean and non-governmental groups in Jamaica, Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados and elsewhere ignited the call for reparations. And so by July 2013, the heads of government of Caricom countries established a Caricom Reparations Commission with instructions that it should engage the United Kingdom, France and Holland on the issue of reparations for native genocide and slavery. The mandate is subsequently expanded to a call for the payment of reparations by the government of all former colonial powers and the relevant institutions in those countries to the nations and people of the Caribbean community for the crimes against humanity of native genocide, the transatlantic slave trade, and a racialized system of chattel slavery. The Caricom Reparations Commission presently comprises, or it's chaired by Professor Hilary Beckles, and as vice chairs, the director of the Center for Reparations Research at the University of the West Indies, and the chairpersons of the national commissions existing in 11 of the 14 Caricom states. The diplomatic and financial interests are managed by the Caricom Secretariat. The Caricom Justice Program was shaped, and then the Caricom 10-point plan for reparatory justice was issued. It outlines the path to truth, justice, and reconciliation. It is a development plan, as contrasted to the, let's say, the lineage plans that are developing elsewhere in the diaspora. We can have further discussions on this, of course. It defines the areas and the sectors of the regional development agenda where the injury and hurt caused by slavery, the slave trade, and the genocide remain ongoing. And it further defines in broad terms the remedies for healing. That plan provides the basis for reparatory justice negotiations between Caricom and European nations responsible for the damage. Just very, very quickly, I don't have time to go through clearly the details of the 10 points of the 10-point plan, but I'll just mention them. There are: 1, the question of a full formal apology; 2, an indigenous peoples development program; 3, repatriation. We're talking about a fully funded resettlement program for those who wish to return to the continent. 4, the establishment of cultural institutions and the return of cultural heritage, establishment of museums, research centers. 5, the assistance in remedying the public health crisis. 6, education programs. 7, the enhancement of historical and cultural knowledge exchanges. 8, the psychological rehabilitation as a result of transmission of trauma. 9, the right to development through the use of technology, and 10, debt cancellation and monetary compensation. That's the 10-point plan. You're urged to simply go to caricom.org, where the plan is laid out with full descriptions of what is intended in the various points of the plan. As I said, I'm prepared in discussions to go into some of this. However, as introduction, the first point of the plan calls for a full and formal apology which clears the path for constructive negotiations. Aware of the protocols of international reparatory justice precedent, we see the apology as 1, the acceptance of responsibility for the damage, 2, the commitment to non-repetition, and 3, the pledge and decision to offer redress and to repair the damage to the best of Europe's ability. My colleagues Eric Phillips and Ali Gill will continue this conversation around those issues of the apology. I thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, brother Almada, and I didn't know you were in St. Martin. I'm back here in St. Eustatius. Maybe you can, just drop over. It's about 20 minutes flight, Thank you.
That's what we want to do. I'll get the consideration, believe me.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, we go down to before we have the interactive.
Okay, can you put the
Hello. Okay, before we go to the interactive question and answer in relation to
ik heb het gestuurd. Ja.
how to mute everyone again. Okay, I would like to invite Mr. Ashley Salimbi Gill to do his testimony. Please could you give your contribution, and then you on the program here have approximately 8 minutes as well. I will break it down to. So Mr. Salimbi Gill, could you please engage in giving your presentation?
Thank you very much, Chair, and I will do my utmost to ensure that I can do as much as possible in the 8 minutes allocated. Just to begin, I'm asked to look at some international law aspects of this issue that we are discussing. And in your introductory remarks, you made the point with regards to moral and ethical responsibility of the Netherlands for reparative justice. I would just like to add to that it's not just moral and ethical, but also legal. And that the foundation of law basically comes from what we refer to as natural law. Indeed, this natural law which we speak of throughout Europe. And this issue of natural law can be coined many different principles, but it is based on good is to be done and pursued, and evil is to be avoided. And as such, the Atlantic slave trade was evil, slavery was evil, and violated natural law of man. Indeed, it may not at the time would have been codified, but it is the law at the time which kept human civilizations intact. Indeed, from time immemorial, killing of a man has always been unlawful and illegal, and punishing someone for killing another human being has always been right. Not just that, these principles of natural law has been maintained throughout all of our constitutions. The US Constitution, all the major constitutions in Europe, and constitutions here in the Caribbean. In the US Constitution, motto the right of citizens to life, that right to life, right to liberty, and the right to pursuit of happiness. These are fundamental natural law principles which have survived and which we strive on, which our society are modeled on today. Now, not only in our individual conventions and constitutions, but also in the United Nations Charter. Article 1.3 speaks to achieve international cooperation in solving international problems of an economic, social, cultural, or humanitarian character, and in promoting and encouraging respect for human rights and for fundamental freedoms for all, without distinction as to race, sex, language, or religion. So what we speak of with regards to reparative justice has been enshrined by all the nations of the world, and we're not simply here to make a moral persuasion to the government of Holland with regards to apology and reparative justice, and Brother Dobrin spoke about the 10-point Caricom plan. And indeed, the first point on that plan is the issue of apology. I'll get back to that. Just also to make mention of the fact that United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, which was then followed by the Inter-American Human Rights Convention, followed and adopted in Germany, also the European Union Human Rights Convention. All these international conventions enshrine the principles of natural law, which speaks to the right to liberty, the right to freedom, and so on, which is what our forefathers were denied during the Atlantic slave trade and the period of slavery. There are also international conventions on the elimination of all forms of racial discrimination, international covenants on economic, social, and cultural rights. As we Africans here in the Caribbean very well appreciate the fact that our culture, our African culture, has been stripped from us because of our past with regards to the Atlantic slave trade and slavery. The Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel and Inhuman or Degrading Treatment, all the international conventions, not just Holland, but most nations of the world have signed on to. And as such, there is not only a moral and ethical basis with regards to reparations, but also a very strong legal basis on which we believe that Netherlands and the other European countries that were involved in the Atlantic slave trade and slavery, they should not only apologize, but to make amends. Now, just briefly to focus on what we in the Caricom Reparations Commission see as some broad outlines of what an apology should look like. And listening to some of my colleagues on the platform before, an apology cannot and could never be an excuse. You cannot make an apology. An apology is based on, and let us look at the Christian principles. And most of us, whether Protestants or Catholics and so on, and we follow the Bible. And so, for us to get forgiveness from God for our sins, we have to admit that we have sinned. And as such, the analogy can be made that European countries, Holland, for Holland to get our forgiveness, they themselves have to admit that they have sinned, that they have done wrong. And as such, we in the CRC believe that any apology must have an outline of the fundamental facts of the role played by the people and government of the Netherlands in organizing, orchestrating, facilitating, approving, and participating in the enslavement of Africans and people of African descent, the transatlantic slave trade, which essentially was human trafficking. They call it human trafficking now. That is essentially what the Atlantic slave trade was about. Secondly, that apology must have an acknowledgement that the government and people of the Netherlands committed moral wrongs, crimes against humanity, and other illegal criminal acts when they engaged in the Atlantic slave trade and slavery. Further, it must also outline an acknowledgement of the harms caused by the said criminal actions of the government and people of the Netherlands to the continent of Africa and its people, the enslaved African and African descended people, of the present and past Dutch colonial territory and to the present-day descendants, the enslaved African and African descendant people of other territories of the Caribbean and the Americas, and to the present-day descendants. And of course, it must apologize and speak to the genocide of the indigenous population of what we broadly refer to the Dutch Caribbean and the taking and occupation of the lands of the indigenous people. That must be part of any sincere or any apology.
Your time is up.
But yes, just briefly, just to wrap up, we also believe that the apology must have an expression of Dutch governmental disapproval and condemnation of the acts we complained of, an expression that the Dutch government will never again in history approve or endorse or in any way participate in any such acts with regards anything similar to that of the slave trading state. Mr. Chair, I believe that we're out of time, but I just want to thank you for these few brief minutes to introduce our position here at this year. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome, brother. Thank you for that presentation and detailed content of some of the complex issues which we facing with. To add to that, and I think it's important to add to that so that we can have an overall question and answer interactive discussion as far as the time permits us to. If we look at 1863, the Dutch so-called abolished slavery in the Dutch so-called territories, went on from...
Chair, good afternoon. This is Armand Sunder from Holland at the moment.
Okay.
Could I join the meeting?
Yes, I was calling your name before, but you were not present. Yes, I will just make my summary and then I will permit you to do your presentation. Is that okay with you?
Yes, all right with me.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. So went on for another 10 years in Suriname before they really abolished the enslavement of our people. Now, when you look at reparation or payment compensation, whatever we want to call it, if you look at the reward, what the reward in the slave masters did at the time, and you take the equivalent of that today, I'm not an expert into that, but based on common sense and the knowledge of arithmetic which I have, you will come out with an equivalent between billions, if not close to trillions. Now, that's to give an indication. Now, when we speak about Haiti, the same people, the perpetrators, have Haiti today paying actually compensation for the barbaric crimes which they inflicted on our people and the enslavement of African people in Haiti. So some of these, the issues is the other way of the world around. And so I think we need to look at these things as well. If you look at some of the French territories which fought for independence in Africa, they have to, relinquish, I think sometimes 70 to 75% of the GDP to France. So what would we call these things? If we look at these methods and policies, it's a continuation of exploitation and economical, exploitation to the largest sense of the meaning of the word. And so the last brother who spoke, about apology and yes, the Dutch admitting and we forgiving them. I do believe that somewhere down the line, forgiveness could be an aspect to consider, but there cannot be no forgiveness when one does not recognize and admit their crime indeed, but also added to that of a broad plan of recovery in compensating, rebuilding, developing our communities again, which I said were and continue to be chronically and systematically underdeveloped and with a continuation of exploitation. So when we take all of these elements and put them together, it's very huge and complex elements which we need to consider how we're going to go and, how this moral demand, legal demand, ethical demand, it is not a request, it is a demand. It is not that we are begging you or asking you to do something. It is basically a demand which we are entitled to. So I would like you all to take that as well for the interactive discussion which we are going to have. And in this regard, I will ask Mr. Sundar to actually do his presentation. And you have seen the time. You have about 10 minutes to do your presentation, Mr. Sundar.
Will I come after him, Mr. Chair?
Beg your pardon?
Will I be presenting after him?
What's your name exactly, Mister?
Eric Phillips.
Oh yeah. You were supposed to be after the brother, yes. But he was before you indeed. So let him do his presentation. Seeing the time he came in late, and then I'll get back to you, Mr. Phillips. Thank you for your cooperation, okay? Mr. Saunders, could you please do your presentation in approximately 10 minutes briefly?
I don't need that much minutes.
Okay, thank you. We cannot see the face. Could you please put your camera good, please?
Oh, okay. Yes, let me start to apologize for the fact that now I can come in the meeting. I was in another meeting actually with indigenous people. And let me also mention the fact that my greetings to all the brothers and sisters that are attending this meeting. I've been, and let me give a special greeting to Chief Eric Phillips. Yes, I have been this week in the Netherlands on invitation of the Dutch government, together with another person of the National Reparation Commission of Suriname. And the other person was Miss Christian, Audrey Christian. She is a member of the indigenous part of the Reparation Commission of Suriname. And what we did, as a matter of fact, is with our brothers, I see Harley Gill in the meeting. We worked on our proposal to the Dutch initiative. The Dutch initiative is very fake, you could say, very fake. Not many people here in the Netherlands understand it. And to a certain extent, also we know that the government of Suriname isn't too clear to what the Dutch are probably proposing. As a matter of fact, a plan has been developed, or an advice has been developed by a group called so-called dialogue group. And they had some very interesting conclusions and recommendations. And it was presented at the 1st of July last year. And it's now that the government of the Netherlands decided to actually give Parliament and also the people here their comments on that report. And in the process, some confusion occurred. And the confusion related to a date that was proposed by the Dutch government, and that date actually had leaked. So what we proposed and worked on in the with the lawyers, actually advised by the Caricom Reparation Commission, is a draft recommendation regarding apologies. I think that Arligel presented the major parts of that apology. This apology is very important because it shows different elements that are important to us in the Caribbean. And now what will happen is that the Dutch government, in some manner, they will have to weigh our proposal to their proposal. And it's we intend to have an international press conference one of these days in the week. Because on Monday, the Dutch government will present their proposal regarding acknowledgement, apologies, and repair. And some days after that, Mrs. Motley and the chair of the Caricom Reparation Commission and some other members will give comments on that. Up to yesterday, the Prime Minister of Holland was still busy writing his speech. Two members of the Reparation Commission of Suriname will be presenting the presentation in The Hague. I will leave tomorrow to Suriname, and I will follow that live also in Caricom in Suriname. So that's a brief presentation on what has been happening last week and what actually will happen the coming week. If there are comments or questions regarding this briefing, then I'm looking forward to that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, you're welcome. Before, I think I'll put it to you, looking at the draft of policy and that way that which you all, and you emphasize you all drafted, how did that entail a broad concept of a recovery plan in the broadest and meaningful sense of the meaning of that word, recovery? How is that entailed in that plan? Because again, an apology without broad plan in the extensive way of in relation to recovery, economically, culturally, socially, geographically speaking, in the broadest sense of the wording of those elements, cannot be genuine apology. So how that coincides with your concept of a draft?
No, the draft is a legal document. It was presented at first to the Surinamese authorities, to the chair of parliament, to the president, and the minister of foreign affairs. What they mentioned to us is that they received it. More or less the same happened. It was sent to the Prime Minister's office here in the Netherlands, and we also got notice of receipt. The next thing that will happen is that the Dutch Prime Minister will give the idea of his government regarding actually the advice that was presented 1.5 years ago by by this group of advisors. So after Monday, we will proceed with a process. And the process will be actually at this stage a process of two governments, and we will be advising. And meanwhile, the document that was prepared by three lawyers within the Caricom, that will actually give the proposal that we think about. So let's say a comprehensive development plan has not been developed at this stage. You see, that is the situation now.
Okay, isn't there a danger to that? Because, you know, I continue to reiterate, I do think, and I'm not unique in this, any proposal along with apology should have naturally a comprehensive concept of a financial recovery development plan in the broadest content of the meaning of those wording. So my question to you is the fact that in this point time and juncture that is not the case. Isn't that a sort of a danger? How good would you go after the fact to actually compose and present and house a comprehensive recovery plan put together and be accepted for that matter? I'm not hearing. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself, please. Mr. Sunda. Please.
To work out a comprehensive development plan, it will cost you at least 3 months. Opinion as an economist. What is clear in this process is that the government has already been involved, actually since 2018, of the Caricom 10-point reparatory justice plan. That plan has to be rolled out, and it will be actually be rolled out by a team of experts, being psychologists, economists, and other experts. And that is not something that you can attach to the draft of the apology. You know, the draft of the apology is a legal document, and the integration of the legal government into the other aspects of a comprehensive development plan, that has to be worked out. But you have to agree first at the legal aspect of it, and before going into the other ones. You know, also the timelines can be put after you have had this discussion on the legal matters.
Okay, thank you. We will naturally be hearing more of that, because when you look at
I have no question if you like to.
I will have brother with a little patience. It's also to hold on to the questions. I'm going to let Mr. Eric Phillips do his presentation, and then we will all be coming, and you will be first to have your question, please. Okay?
Okay, I will wait then.
Just bear with us. Mr. Eric Phillips.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I've been asked to speak about the involvement, expectations, status, and role of civil society in the Caribbean and in Western countries. But before I do that, I'd like to give us some context about what we're speaking about. You know, reparations is the political, economic, cultural, social, financial, health, and development issues of our times as Black people. And unless we do this right, without reparatory justice, not just an apology, we'll continue continue to suffer and be third world citizens. So I just wanted to give you the context because it's very important that whatever we do, we understand what it is we're engaged with. We can't have a fake apology that means nothing. So let me go to the presentation, which are what are the expectations?
You have 8 to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, there should be 6 expectations of civil society. 1, full consultation with government. 2, civil society should partner in all key decisions dealing with reparatory justice. 3, civil society should be an advocate for social change. 4, civil society should be re-educating society and government about our plight, our history, our culture. 5, civil society should be determining how financial reparations are prioritized. And finally, civil society, wherever we are, should be part of a global movement of reparatory justice that's interconnected with the African continent. Why the first point? Why should governments consult with civil society? Well, governments are sovereign states, and they represent a broad spectrum of society, which would include non-Africans and non-indigenous people. So they have a different focus, and reparations is about the enslavement of African people, indigenous genocide, and those associated legacies. So while they're the legal representatives of the sovereign state, reparations is specifically about a broader issue, not about their governance, and about the legacy. And so we as civil society must be involved. Morally, reparations is not just about an apology, it's about repair and how those issues affect our populations. And we are the representatives of our population. So we are in the best position to talk about repair and not governments or political parties. So political parties also have different interests. And civil society, by its definition and composition, we're in the best position to truly reflect the real issues facing Afro-descendant and indigenous communities. For example, in the Ghana Reparations Committee, we were set up as 12 counselors by the government. But we went beyond that, and we've opened up all of our weekly meetings, and we've been meeting weekly since 2013, every Thursday, to the public. And so on a weekly basis, we get input from civil society, and all meetings are not just the 12 counselors, we have 50 to 60 people. Secondly, why are we, my presentation, civil society should be change agents for social justice. If we're negotiating with the government on reparations, whether it be financial reparations or as a 10-point state, we should be dealing with health, we should be dealing with re-education, we're the ones who should be advising governments. They should not just be saying this is what they want. Because there's institutional racism. And a lot of the issues that we are raising that we want to be addressed have been put upon us by the same governments that are telling that they're giving us preparatory justice. We should be able to tell them which laws should be changed and that new laws and policies should be implemented. And so apart from being the true representatives of our communities, governments should not be arrogant. They should recognize that it's about us. It's about us changing what has happened in the past through reparatory justice. Civil society should also be re-educating governments and the society at large. We need to be a key partner in education of our society because governments will never tell the truth. Look at the United States where there's this issue of critical race theory. So we as civil society should have a role and a responsibility in defining what a remembrance museum should look like. Should it look like the African Museum in the USA, the Jewish Holocaust Museum? We're the ones, not a government should say they're putting up 20 million euros to build a museum. It's about us. We need to deal with it. We need to be educating the public. We need to be taking issues about how we rename monuments and renaming buildings. We should have TV programs to educate our people because we cannot allow a government to do that. We're the ones who are in the best position to do that. Now, reparatory justice is a global movement. And because it's a global movement, we as civil society need to be engaged with our communities. I've heard lots of complaints about people in Suriname or people in Holland not being able to be given information about what's going on in Caricom. I believe that those who are in Suriname should have membership in the Surinamese
Exactly.
Exactly. And beyond that, let me just share with you how Caricom has evolved. We started with reparatory justice committees. And those committees, we decided we would have indigenous people, we'd have Rastafari, we'd have youth, we'll have women, and we'll have, of course, African organizations. But Caricom has moved beyond that now at the Caricom Reparations Commission level. We now have associate members. We're now talking to the African Union. We're talking to traditional kings and queens. We're broadening the framework of discussion because we need to communicate. We've established in Caricom an African-Caribbean Heads of State Conference because we can't get the proper type of reparatory justice from the Dutch government or British government without Africa being involved because we need leverage. Caricom has also engaged civil society in Switzerland. There's a gentleman by the name of Hans Fessler. The folks in the Virgin Islands have an NGO, a white NGO in Denmark that is supporting them. So we have to figure out how we communicate with each other. We need to share information. We need to build bridges, not only among ourselves, but in the diaspora. In Guyana, our reparations committee, we have a representative from all of the counties. We have youth, Ikemba, and we have TV programs to communicate on a weekly basis. So what I'm saying is that civil society has a significant role to play in any reparatory justice movement. How is it that a government would size what reparatory justice?
You have 2 more minutes.
We're the ones who know what we want. Take, for example, Guyana. Climate change is coming to Guyana in 2030. We're one of the 9 cities that are going to be on the water. Our villages that we bought after emancipation are all at risk. So as part of reparatory justice, we as civil society, we want land reparatory justice so we can move our villages out of harm. The point is, a government cannot define what the apology is, cannot define what a repair is. We have to. And we have to do that as civil society because even indigenous and black politicians have different interests. And civil society is really the heartbeat of what we need to represent our people with. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Brother Phillips. And I think
Okay, can I get the chance to speak?
Brother, if you just let me do my work, everybody and you, I said, will get a chance with all due respect. You have Mr. Wilson there long before you. He will have his word. Then I will come to you. So let us have a manner of respect. I am leading the ship. You're going to come on board. You're on board of the ship already. You're going to have your say. Just be patient. It's coming. Mr. Phillips, I believe some of those important elements I reiterated in my introduction over and over. One of them, if you went back to, is to a broader form of community engagement and consent of our people and their involvement. It cannot be dictated by politicians because they are not social leaders. They have their agenda. They are thinking about being sitting in their chair the next coming election and so forth. And so we need to see this from a broader scope. And the mere fact that they are dictating, the Dutch Central Bank came up with an offer of 200 million euro in what they call for awareness. Now, I believe most of you here sitting today as African people don't need to have no awareness of the suffering, whether or not you want to admit it or not, seeing the impact of the legacy of the transatlantic slave trade and European colonialism in general. So the question is, 200 million euro for whose awareness and who does control the 200 million euro, which is an insult of itself when you look, if you take the equivalent with the rewarded, the enslavers of our people within Suriname, like I said earlier, if you take that equivalent and you calculate it, with any form of common sense, it comes up to billions of trillions to the index equivalent of the money they paid at the time. If you look at what Haiti has to be paying to the perpetrators, so we need to be clear in these matters. So I will go now where we enter the interactive moment of conversation, question and answer. I will go to Brother Wilson, you were there, and then I will go to Brother Funk for his contribution. Brother Wilson, could you please say what you wanted to share with us? Brother Wilson.
Okay, thank you. I'm unmuted. Good evening all. I'm speaking from Vietnam. My name is Cornelius Wilson. I think I'm the oldest one of you all present. I am 79 years old, born in Aruba, from station mother and saber father. I consider myself a world citizen, which is my right, born free and still free. Some things in this whole presentation have bewildered me. We speak a lot of black people as if we're the only ones of African diaspora. I understand that humanity generated in Africa. So if you're human, you're an African. So let us not forget that the others of different hues are also Africans, just like we are. I am amused and astonished at the same time that we talk a lot about money, about finances, thereby equating people and their suffering also in monetary figures, just like the former colonizers did. Are we not doing the same? And talking of strategy, I miss a lot of talking of the future, of what we project that we wish to become, rather than rehashing new information or not about our past. Do we look at ourselves as the Caribbean and become one archipelago, or are we still trying to be insular and believing only in ourselves as if our small islands are in part of the world? Lastly, if we are so bent on getting the most out of it in monetary, financial terms, let us please ask the Jews and the state of Israel for assistance, because they have shown to be the masters of dragging the most out of their situation. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for that contribution. And I don't think that we are only talking about money. I think we are talking about ceremonial and memorializing our ancestors in many ways at the same time, with reinstatement of what our heritage is about. Those heritage which have been stolen, excavated right now on St. Eustachius. Recently, last year in April, 80 plus of our ancestors' remains were undignified manner, disrespect, lacking all form of ethics, were excavated, and no giving accountability for. So it's what I was going to say, a combination of different elements pertaining to our African heritage, our ancestors' philosophies, their ceremonial beliefs, etc., etc. And yes, we can learn from the Jews. And that was one of the questions I was wanting to ask you. Why, when the Jews speak of recovery, whether it's financially, culturally, there's that resistance. But when we African people, and by the way, Mr. Wilson, we cannot go forward without a comprehensive form of a plan of recovery, and that constitutes financial recovery.
Mr. Chairman, can I add some things that Mr. Wilson needs to know?
Yeah,
because the 10-point plan is not about finance alone.
Please allow me to finish.
10 point is about finance.
Please allow me to finish, brother, and then you can go on that. Yes, we need to be very careful with the word and the semantics we use. And yes, we are all human beings. but yet we the African people are still the bigger marginalized and disregard people at this point in time. So, Mr. Phillips, please do your contribution.
Yes. Thank you very much. Mr. Wilson, it's a 10-point plan that Caricom has put out. The last point has to do with financing, and that's debt relief as well as financial reparations. So if you go to the website, you'll see the 10 points. An apology on all those repatriation, those things. Secondly, your argument about all being human beings is facetious. No one recognizes, everybody knows we came out of Africa, but only us recognize that we're Africans. No other Indian, a Chinese, a Portuguese, a white person does not recognize that they're African. So when you argue that we're all human beings and we're all out of Africa, you're actually diluting our reality. And I don't like that.
Teach them they are Africans too.
That that's an issue, and that you're bewildered. And finally, you write about the Jews, but you have to realize that the Jews paid the Jews. Jews in other countries had the influence and the power to influence governments in Europe so that Israel got paid. And we don't have that type of influence in the world. So let us keep this in context. Let us stop diminishing who we are, and that reparations was for a crime against humanity, and the crime was against African humanity and indigenous people humanity, and not white humanity and all of that. Don't let's confuse this issue by bringing facetious issues in here. Thank you.
If I may be very short, I am not doing so. I'm trying to bring ourselves to reality. The best way to honor our ancestors is to make a brilliant future for our children. Now, when we speak of power, and I'm glad that you brought that up, in the Dutch kingdom, there are 4 equal partners that make up the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Those are the Netherlands, Aruba, Curaçao, and St. Martin. Of those, Aruba, Curaçao, and St. Martin form a majority. They should just very quickly determine that the Dutch kingdom will offer apologies and make amends. That is one of the starts. The other thing is, let us, if we think the Netherlands is so terrible, which I believe they are, let us take them to the international courts. Again, the Kingdom of the Netherlands can take the state of the Netherlands to court, and so can we, so can each of our citizens. And that is what I found so gratifying, that the brother from Grenada, whom I was so pleased to be part of the Grenada Revolution, right, brought forward the legal aspects of it. The jus cogens aspect of peremptory law needs to be applied and demanded. Then we are being strategic in trying to make the use of the power that we have. Last remark. In the Netherlands, there's diaspora. 35% of the population of the Netherlands is, as the Dutch would say, Netherlands citizens of immigration descent. In 2050, Netherlands citizens of immigration descent will be more than 50% of the population. As yet, they have not done anything to translate that into power, into state power, into judicial power, into economical power. That is what we should do.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson. Okay,
Thank you.
we will continue now with the questions, and we will allow the panel as well, which is composed by Mr. Omada and Mr. Phillips, to answer those questions to their best capability. I will then go to our brother, Mr. Funker, and your contribution in relation to your question, please, and then I will get around to the rest. So at the same time, while we go through that, it's maybe handy, it's not maybe handy, I'll propose that the panel answer the questions at the same time to their best capability. Mr. Funker, could you please give your contribution in relation to your question briefly, please? Seeing the time, I would like to ask everybody to put their question very short and decisive, please. Okay?
I can speak now?
I can speak now?
Yes, Mr.
Okay, let me
Go ahead.
kill my sound.
Kill my sound.
I would like to ask you, seeing the time, we try to be brief and be concrete with your questions and so please.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, it echoes. Let me go stand somewhere else.
Unmute yourself, Mr. Buster. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, okay.
Unmute yourself, Mr. Pancho.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Mr. Pancho, could you please unmute yourself?
I'm trying to, I'm unmuted right now. Can you hear me?
Unmute yourself, please.
He probably isn't hearing you.
Yeah, you need to unmute himself.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Mr.
Okay.
I'm,
My name is Mr. Pantam from Nederland. I'm a descendant of Dutch people in Suriname. And what I would like to tell the people like Mr. Sander and Mrs. Piekman, I mean the people from Suriname, what a multicultural culture. I just came. Yeah, I know that. Can you? Can I try later on because
Try later on.
to do something.
Your reception is horrible. Try
My
later on.
sound.
Try later on. Your reception is very bad. Try later on. I will go to the next speaker, Mr. Michiel. Jacinta.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, hello. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Rastafari, say greetings to each and everyone.
Before you continue, brother, what's your question to the panel? And try to be brief. We are running on time.
I want to be brief and quickly. Mr. Armand, they was talking about a bank of the diaspora of the Guyana, and right now I don't hear them saying nothing about this. And the next thing, it looks like the way the government of the Netherlands called Mr. Armand to come in the Netherlands, and they left and they left Mrs. Kaag to go in the home and talking with a non-African the diaspora. That is the one question. And the next question is, they had a meeting of the African Union and the Caricom at the 2021 in September, I think the 7th September. Why was Mr. Armand not there? That is the two questions which I want to ask. And the next one is why they don't bring this equal right now, because the people don't want the 19 of the 12 of 2022. Why they don't see, let me do it the 20? Why the white man want to keep it on the 20, on the 19? Why the white man want to keep it on the 19? 19, that is my question.
Okay, thank you there, brother. Mr. Saunders, you are the one challenged with those questions particularly, but I will also ask the panel members of Omada and Mr. Philip to inject briefly there where they find is necessary. So, Mr. Saunders, could you please react to the gentleman's three questions and statements, please? Mr. Saunders. Mr. Saunders, are you there?
I don't think he's there, but perhaps I can
I
comment.
don't think he's there. I think he's checked out, which is very strange and peculiar, so to speak. Mr. Almada and Mr. Phillips, could you
Yes.
address
I
the
don't
other-
know the true
two
reason.
questions the brother posed are very essential to the whole process that is developed right now. Please.
Yes, I don't know the real reason why they've chosen the 19th. I've heard that it's a political expediency because they're far-right groups that don't want an apology, and they see this time span as an appropriate one. So the date might be political expediency. There may be some other political issue that we're not aware of, and that's because we've not had the type of engagement from a civil society point of view with the government that we should have. So that's probably what's happening. But coming back to a previous issue with Mr. Wilson, I'd like to share the process. Caricom hired lawyers in 2014, and we decided to approach it legally. We decided to use United Nations CERD process to get to the courts. And that process essentially says that you have to engage the colonizers in a process before you actually go to the International Court of Justice. Our prime ministers and the Caricom Reparations Commission, we've written to all the heads of states in Europe that are involved in slavery, asking them for a meeting so that we can have dialogue. Part of that dialogue would have been a development plan, so we could have sized what the needs are. It would have been linked to the 10-point plan. And from that dialogue, if there was an apology which leads into a legal process, we could have gotten the types of rewards we want based on the 10-point plan. So there has been a process. It's based in law, and that you have to engage them, negotiate with them, and if they don't want to negotiate with you, then you go to the ICJ. So that's all of it. The fact that the Dutch government is now doing this is both good and bad. Good from the point of view that it sets a precedent, because the other European countries will now be forced to come to the table. It's bad in the sense that we don't know what it is they're saying. We need a type of apology similar to what Arlie Gill said, that covers everything holistically and comprehensively. So it's not just an apology, but it has repair associated with it. But that repair will take some time to be sized because you need to consult with civil society and others. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Sorry.
Mr. Omada, do you have anything to add to that? If not,
No, he asked apologies. He left to go to his other radio meeting. He put it in the chat. So he's left.
You have someone else before you, brother.
No, brother Chairman, excuse me. Brother Gill is also in the panel. He is in the panel, and he's from the legal perspective. So, thank you.
Thank you, Sister Barrow. Okay, panel member, Brother Gill, could you give your reaction to...
Yeah, I just wanted to add what Eric pointed out, and I don't want the point to be lost, in the sense that this issue that we are discussing this today, with regards to the Netherlands, government of Netherlands want to make these apologies, both good and bad. In a sense that it suddenly sends a message to other countries, and it gives us in the reparative struggle that people are taking notice of what we are asking for, what we are doing. Now, certainly we are not getting what we want in terms of the whole reparative package and the 10-point plan that we have outlined here at the Caricom. But so there is a sense that we are making progress. We are not there yet. We rue the fact that there is not that sort of a civil society and the different communities affected directly by the Netherlands was not part of the discussion and feel a part of the consultation. But at the same time, we believe that some good can come out of it. Let's see what the final text is or the final position is. But I think that progress has been made to some extent. But let's see if we can get more on the 19th. I don't know as well why the 19th is chosen. I'm not accurate, with the why the Dutch government is choosing the 19th. That is something maybe you guys can know more than us.
Yeah, I would like to add to that. First of all, like I think it was Mr. Phillips stated that there's a lot of right-wing movements in the Netherlands opposing of an apology, much less a recovery plan. And so the 19th of December, while we need to take into consideration that the majority of white Dutch community will be busy with unpacking and packing their Sinterklaas Zwarte Piet business. So there's a distraction from those people in protesting. That's an analysis what I made of myself. Because most white people, like I said, they are not busy with politics around the 19th. They're busy with their Christmas party, their Christmas present with the Sinterklaas, who's coming into town with the black images as Black Pete, etc., etc. So that's a systematical, conscious way of bringing this so-called message, which is supposed to constitute sometime down the road an apology. So most of those people will be missing out on that. So you will have very little opposition coming from white extremists or white people in general from that community. So there's a conscious particular reason for doing it that way. Just to add to that.
Sorry, I have another view on this. Could I add to this what Mr. Farnell said?
I beg your pardon, and who are you? Who's speaking?
Mr. Santa Vigelanson from Suriname.
Yes, you may place your question to the panel, please, because you are the next person I was going to call to make your contribution. Please be brief with your question or your statement.
I have a statement, but I wanted to react to Mr. Farnell on this issue on the date of 19 December. It has to do with the fact that in December, we remember the December killings, and it's not for nothing that the Dutch government invited all the Surinamese organizations on the 8th of December, because the 8th of December is the day that is the remembrance of the killing of the of 16 Suriname people who died during the period of the military coup. That is the link, and then why is the government is making that link to December? Because they want to tell us you have the December killings. So why are you torturing us with your slavery? You have your own killings. That's what they were. I wanted to tell us with the choice for December.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Fanon, could you please react to that, Mr. Omade as well, part of the panel, and Mr. Phillips for that matter. Do you want to react? But first, Mr. Fanon, could you react to that as a human rights lawyer and how you see that statement?
You want me to react on the date 19th of December?
The lady brought that the killing during the coup in Suriname at the time, the Dutch has also been using that as a distraction. And that's her statement, that's her opinion. Do you see a correlation with the manipulative approach of the Dutch in this regard?
No, I personally do not see that correlation.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to add, Chairman, that it's very strange because Guyana has not been mentioned in the Dutch apology and we're their standing MPs. Yet Guyana was a Dutch colony from 1616 to 1812, almost 2 centuries. We've not been consulted, we didn't even know it was happening, and they're sending no MPs to Guyana. That's an insult.
Look, I said that and I put it in the chat because the Republic of Guyana, as it is today, up until this day, the Dutch are arguing about their heritage in the Republic of Guyana, which they put claim to. And I also mentioned St. Croix and St. Thomas. So we need to do our historical research work good, because it's not only pertaining to the Dutch so-called territories, and I would like to correct the gentleman a while ago who spoke only about Curacao, Aruba, St. Martin. It's the rest of the whole of them. It is St. Eustatius, Saba, Bonaire, Curacao, St. Martin, and Aruba. You know, previously it was the sovereign state today, Suriname, as they call it at the time, you know, Dutch Guyana. They have their sovereignty today. It was also previously part of the Indonesia, which is today have their independence. So, you know, the Dutch expansion in colonialism and the slave trade, it is so broad scale throughout the region. We must not forget that a lot of these same claim of heritage and ownership, the Dutch is making that today, even if we speak, while we speak today pertaining to Guyana and other places. If you go to New York, you have this, the New York where the Dutch has had New York under their scrutiny for a number of years. So, you know, we tend to bagatelize the Dutch shrewd way of enslaving our people and continue today, as I stated, with the exploitation. We speak in the Netherlands about the Queen Precious Shell Oil. Well, hell, the Dutch does not produce no oil. It's from the Ogoni region in Nigeria. If you look at the diamond market and brilliant and uranium and everything, it's from the continent of our motherland. And yet we are here sitting today and not really even emphasizing on the exploitation of the motherland when it comes to economical wealth. So our wealth is continued to be stolen, our heritage, our artifacts, and we are being continued to be marginalized, manipulated, and divided and ruled. And that's something we need to look at very carefully. So I thank you there, Brother Phil, for even injecting that.
Can I have my moment? Can I have my moment?
Who is it? Yes, go ahead, please.
Sorry about just before. I just got some new speakers and I couldn't mute them. That's why everything went wrong. And it made me nervous. Yeah, hi. My name is Mr. Panka from Nederland. I'm going to keep it very short. I have looked at the 10 steps reparation plan of Caricom. A lot of people from Suriname don't agree with the 10th step of the Caricom plan. And you have the organization Lindsay that uses almost the same Caricom 10-step plan. What we're missing is that the reparations, cash out payments for every descendant of those who were enslaved, and that's what we are going to bring in onto the agenda. We are going to do this very professionally. We're going to how do you say that? Start a campaign to create awareness among the people from Suriname. I hope so that the people from the islands like Sint Maarten, Curaçao, St. Eustatius will join us in this effort. And we will bring it to the Dutch government because they didn't ask us what we, as the people, the descendants, really want. The voices of the people is more like that they want some cash payments. So it's strange that governments and political parties are playing with our money that is, how do you say that, hijacked by the Dutch government, and we want to get that free. So Mr. Armand Sunder, it's, how do you say that, unfortunately that he isn't here. I respect the man, but he should think about what I'm saying, because many people will join us and say we want cash reparations. And all those other programs, they can do whatever they like with it, but we want our money because it's our heritage that is in the financial system of the Dutch people. That's what I wanted to say. Excuse me for my English isn't that perfect.
Financial reparations. So you probably looked at the wrong 10-point plan. Caricom does ask for financial reparations, including debt forgiveness.
Mr. Phillips.
Okay, that's new for me.
Okay, that's new for me.
Because it wasn't there a few years ago, so I would like to read it again and see where it's written what you're talking about. Thank you.
Hillary Brown has put it in the chat.
Okay, Mr. Phillips, could you please see to it that the audience have the right version, please? In that regard.
Yes, Dr. Hillary Brown has put it in the chat, Mr. Kubele. She's put it
in the chat for everybody to see. And I resent the fact every time that some of us, when we come together, that we continue to speak about humanity and not economics. Well, there's a correlation to humanity and economics. Humanity cannot exist without economics. And, you know, economics cannot exist without humanity. It is the way about how you go teaching, approaching the concept of humanity. And when you're going to go around and deliberately, barbarically murder and kill and take away from others who are part of humanity, if there's no way we can compromise and say there's not, I mean, if you run through a red light and you smash somebody's car, the law actually say you have to pay the penalty. And again, these are horrendous crimes. Other people like me and you, if we kill somebody tomorrow, we'll end up in jail. So why would we think and have this notion that the barbaric colonial powers of structures and institutions and systems which persist today should get a free ride out and, you know, without paying the price which they actually need to be paying? It's a realistic point. It's something you cannot disregard. Again, I also tell to people, read the book of Walter Rodney, how Europe systematically and chronically underdeveloped Africa, and by the way, throughout the Americas, our communities. So how the hell we can sit here and argue on the basis of only humanity and disregarding compensation to the fullest extent? Our scholars, our black scholars, should not be paying to go to university for the next 400 years, according to me. They should have that privilege. That's part of reparation. That's part of recovery, etc., etc. They shouldn't be paying tax. Why should we be paying tax to them when it's our money which they are stolen? Why should we be having a black organization like Nancy in the Netherlands who's supposed to represent the interests of the African people in that community who's being blackmailed by way of subsidized from the Dutch government? You know, these are colonial structures, as Malcolm X said, put in place to represent the legacy of colonialism, which continue to impact our people. So in that regard, I wanted to make that statement, and I will, looking at Sister Beryl, I will then go to Mrs. Gelma first, and then Mr. Michael again, and then I'll come back to Sister Beryl to contribute. And again, I said the panel is composed of Mr. Omade, Mr. Phillips, and also Brother Virgilio for that matter. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Gilman, could you please be brief and contribute, please?
Yes. Do you understand me? Can you hear me?
Go ahead. We are understanding you.
Okay. Yes, I'm listening to a lot of stories and a lot of advice from people all around in the meeting. But what I'm thinking is the apologies that the Dutch government wants to offer to the African community here in Holland is not well prepared. They just want to do something just to keep us satisfied. And what I missed, because I was a couple of days ago in the Katshuis, the house of Prime Minister Mark Rutte, where all the meetings were, as well as Mr. Sundert was there. But what I hear is they don't really care about what happened in our past. They just want to make something good. But what I see at the same time is our people we are divided. We are not one. Not even in your country where you're right now. Everybody is looking for something for himself. And we are not united. Where we pretend to be united, we are not. So if we want to come to some unification from Holland to South America, I think we have to do something. And that is the excuses this Prime Minister wants to make. I say, not on the 19th, but on the 1st of July, for instance, where we know there was the Independence Day of slavery and emancipation. And that is the moment we have to decide all together to bring them to court for what they have then done to us. If we are all united for this, we will achieve something. But we are too divided, not only here, everywhere. Because some of them are too black and some of them are too white. So we have to make the difference right now. We have to make the decision what we really want. And as well as some of us are saying, like Mr. Wilson, because he's there in the Philippines and he has his own idea about how we can achieve our empires. But he's not wrong, but on the other hand, it's not right, because it is good to be on distance and have everybody as friends. And our people, they like to have white people and other ethnic societies as friends, and we don't love ourselves. So let me start to love ourselves. So I hope to hear what we're going to do now against this injustice. And even though it is called the Netherlands or Spain, where it started maybe in South America, let's get started and let's get them to judge.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Thank you. So unity, collective unity, putting our petty tail differences aside. That's what the Jews does. They look at the broader general interest and they come together. And we must not be mistaken. All other races have their differences, but they know to come together and work toward that one general cause. And we as a people, and I say, and I continue to say it, we may accuse white colonialism and colonialism at the same time, but we need to look critically towards ourselves, how we, among ourselves, go about working and engaging, because the mere fact that this so-called, window dressing excuse came about, it only came about because we are divided and we are not really engaging collectively with one voice. Our academics, our researchers, our grassroots movement put our differences aside and be one front and demand. Like I said, it's not something we are begging for. It's some demand. It's our right to demand what is ours and reclaim it. So that in a nutshell. I will go to Mr. Michiel, please be short and brief, please. Hold on, the panel, one of the panel members wants to react. Mr. Fennell, please, as one of the panel members, please react to and give your reaction to what has been stated, please, briefly. Mr. Fennell, please contribute as the panel member what you wanted to say.
Yes,
please.
excuse me. I like to react. I will give my reaction on the date of the 19th, because one of the speakers asked a question or gave her opinion about the 19th, and I said I don't see the connection what she was making, but what I heard was that from one of the ministers of the cabinet, he said that with regards to the remembrance year 2023, this cabinet, this government wants to make an excuse because there is a slight chance that this cabinet, this government will not last. So it's more a political decision to rush, to quickly come with the excuse and rush it and do not doesn't take the proper preparations to make a proper excuse. So that's one thing. And the other thing is, well, I read that Mr. Sunder left because I was curious about his statement about the fake. He at a certain moment he spoke about a fake excuse or a fake something. So he's not in the call anymore, because I'd like to hear more about his comment about the fake. He made a comment about fake excuse or something like that. That's what I want to ask. That's my question. You need to unmute, Kenneth Kupelai.
Yeah. Mr. Philip, hold on to your reaction as part of the panel. I will let Mrs. Beekman come in so that we can tie her contribution in to the members of the panel as well. Okay. Mrs. Beekman, could you please come in? Mrs. Beekman. Mrs. Beekman. Could you hear us, Mrs. Beekman? Mrs. Beekman, we are not hearing you. Okay, then I will have to, Mrs. Beekman, we are not hearing you. Okay, Mr. Phillips, as panel member, you wanted to react?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I wanted to react to the previous speaker who said we should go to court immediately. The issue is we need an apology before we go to court, or as a strengthening our hands if we have an apology. Without an apology, we have issues. The British have put laws in place that said anything before 1930 cannot be taken to court. So they've gotten a legal protection by passing that law. But if they do apologize, or if the Dutch apologizes, then we have a better way of going to the International Court of Justice. So there are things precedent that we need to have, and having the proper apology, as my brother Arlie Gibbs said, we need an apology that traps them into having to give us repair. The other thing I would like to add is that this issue about financial repair, which you spoke about, Chairman, you need to realize that the business of slavery was business. And the politics of slavery was business. Because the state, the private sector, women, the church, all were involved in slavery. So it's about business. And therefore, we need to get financial reparations. But because of the other things the previous speaker spoke about, that we're divided, we don't love each other, that's why we need a 10-point plan. We need to re-educate ourselves. We need to build back that self-esteem. And that's why the 10-point plan is not just about financial reparations, it's about a whole host of other things, including an education program, a development program, repatriation for those who roam. I thank you.
Mr. Phillips, I would like to go to, as I said earlier, to Mr. Michael. Please be brief with your contribution.
Yes, again, I feel so sorry that Mr. Armand is not here to give the answer about the Diaspora Bank of the Guyanas. Just keep that in mind, this one. And I feel also sorry that he is not here to listen what Mr. Philip and most of the people saying, what missing in our speech. So sorry now. and Mr. Vernon, he was there when the white people was speaking, but it feels to me like it's the same white people who doing things with our grand people for long. It's the same white people who again is speaking. When we talk about the 19, we people don't get the teaching about the number 1, the number 9, and so forth. These people know what they're doing. If we now start to going like we are asking these people, we are begging them, then I don't feel like our ancestors will like this way how we operating. Right now we have a meeting here. I only had 2 mention about the indigenous people. One is what Mr. Arman just said. I was here with the Indian, and they are the people who was living before the white man bring we black people there. What is about, we have to try to make the unity. Of course, we have to try to make a unity, but then we have to know that respect is one of the most top thing what we have to give ourselves. Respect the people who was there and respect
Before, yes.
Give thanks and praise to the Most High.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that contribution.
Thank you also.
Brother Nikhil. Indeed, I think it's unfortunate that Mr. Sundar, I don't see he put anything in the chat that he left. I will continue to reiterate with, for instance, Mr. Phillips, our people was being treated as commodity business. And I remember him saying one time that the Dutch state should not be liable, but only the corporation. But the Dutch state, they dealt in enslaving our people, and they also made slavery possible by enslaving our people. They have to do the Dutch West Indies Company, which are part of the Dutch sanctioned organization, which actually, transfer and dealt in the wealth of our continent and of our people. So it's peculiar to see how, with all due respect, people like Mr. Sonder are talking about a format or pertaining to excuse us without having the discussion about a recovery plan in the extensive form. That's very strange. So I don't see how you can distract an excuse and say that's legally, and the financial compensation is not legally binding within that excuse with a plan. So it's very strange. Another very insulting thing is the Dutch sent an African descent to Suriname, Mr. Wade, to apologize or to speak about the crime on behalf of the Dutch. I mean, you're speaking about a person who is an African descendant. How the hell could you go to apologize and speak about an excuse as if we are the one who committed the most horrendous crime upon our people? So these are the things we need to take into consideration very much. I will try and see if I can get Mrs. Beryl Beekman in, if she can hear us. So, Mrs. Beekman, are you hearing us for the so much time again? Are you there?
No. Yes, I'm here, but no.
You don't want to be
Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
I'm hearing you.
Okay, thank you. I don't think that. Can you see me also?
Yes, we can see you.
And we can hear you. Please
Okay.
make your contribution briefly.
For me, thank you, Chair. For me, it's very important. For me, it's very important. The way forward. And if I would like Mr. Phillips and Mr. Gill give us some information about how to become an associate member of Caricom, a civil society. Because I think that this can be a gateway to realize a coordinated, structured, cohesion, integral approach. Because the point is, if everybody is talking with everybody, all the organizations pick people out, then we will never reach this unity. But when we have a coordinated structure as a civil society integral or associate member, where we the civil society can change ideas, can conversate, can communicate with Caricom, because you must understand that in Europe, for instance, in the Netherlands, we don't have a direct contact with the Caricom Reparation Commission. So I think that this will be the important achievement of this conference today. So how we are going to move forward and as civil society create their own governance. I don't say government, I say governance, because in the Netherlands we don't have a governance, civil society governance structure. And what I would like to achieve is that on this topic, that we can work together as you can say, as a diaspora civil society nation. So give us some direction, and it is very important to have a more formal status instead of looking at websites, and that's why I'm so proud, I'm so happy that Madame Hilary Brown has do everything that she could to bring you on board, and that is also because I realized that the African Union and the Caricom has a kind of MOU with each other. And in that perspective, you can take us also. And another thing is that while working at this dossier, at this file, you can also consider the diaspora from Caricom. For instance, I'm from Suriname. I'm a diaspora of Suriname, but I don't have entrance. I don't have visa. I don't have permanent license to travel as a diaspora to the other Caricom countries. I need a visa. So you can see, we work at our side. We are working for reparation, reparatory justice, but in the same place, we are also talk about self-repair, self-reparation within. And the CARICOM countries can adopt the diaspora in Europe also as a kind of diaspora like the African Union has done. They have a constitution where the diaspora is has declared as a sixth region. And okay, we are still busy with the whole thing of visa and permanent and nationality and passport. But this, in the context of the reparation, we look at self-repair, and we look also at the value to deal with the CARICOM. How do you think about that?
Chair, you have to open your mic.
Yeah, Chair, you have to unmute your mic.
Sorry, Mr. Gill and Mr. Philip, you don't have to raise your hand because you're part of the panel. So I'll be calling you systematically to respond to the contribution of the participating members, okay? So, like Sister Beryl requests, which one of you would like to comment and give your contribution to?
I will make comments, Chair.
Vice Chair, if I may go before you.
Yes.
Yes, because I have to leave shortly as well. The time is running badly against us. But Vice Chair would address more. What we have done in Caricom, and I was up to the end of August, I was also the Grenada's ambassador to Caricom. Caricom, as the last contributor correctly pointed out, we have started closer relationship with the African Union. And just about a month or two ago, we've had a direct flight from Lagos to Antigua, and more Caribbean countries, including Barbados, are opening embassies in Ghana and so that there is this closer relationship. I would leave Vice Chair to comment on how the CRC can work more closely with our communities in the diaspora. And especially it is good that we're having this discussion because one of the legacies of slavery is that we have this so-called this language barrier apparently, but here when we speak of English Caribbean and Dutch Caribbean, I agree wholeheartedly with the last presenter. We need to, even though the Dutch Caribbean deals with Netherlands, the English Caribbean primarily UK, and of course in the case of Guyana, just like Grenada, Grenada has changed hands from the French to the English. Guyana would have changed hands from Dutch to the, so that there is so much we can achieve with unity. But I want to substantively respond just briefly to the issue of just financial reparations. And Eric has spoken about it in terms of the 10-point plan has gone beyond just financial financial compensation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have lost more than just simply compensation for our labor, our ancestors' labor. Now, even after the end of slavery, we have gone through the period of colonialism. When Grenada, for instance, received its independence in 1974, and the British handed us a constitution, they never left a dollar for developmental purposes in Grenada. And that is why we think it is more important, extremely more important, to look beyond just simply hard cash. For instance, in the 10-point Caricom plan, we speak about technology transfer. Could you imagine all of us receiving cash to purchase from the same European countries modern technology that we so need to develop? In other words, they hand us the money for us to pay them for what we need. So we have to be more strategic than just simply asking them for money. No, we say to them free technology transfer as well. Yeah. Could you imagine the time it will take us to research and develop our agricultural sector, how much byproducts of yam or plantains and so on that we may need to make when they already have the technology, and then we will have to pay them with the same money that they gave us? So I want us to think more strategic. And the 10-point Caricom plan is not, the United States reparations movement is also looking towards Caricom, the CRC, with regards to leadership on this 10-point Caricom plan. So we must look beyond hard cash. There is much more that we have lost. When we speak of cultural institutions, in the Caribbean, in Grenada and so on, young persons denying that they are black, bleaching their skins, we call ourselves all sorts of fancy European names and continue to do so. So there is much more with regards to the legacy of slavery. The health issue of health, the chronic health problems that we have, diabetes, hypertension, or foods and so on and so forth. The monies that we're given, the hard cash, could you imagine us spending that money to research on medicine and so on, and the Europeans already have it? So we need to think more strategic. I just want to thank the organizers of this forum for inviting us. I must leave now, unfortunately, because time is catching up. Have a wonderful, enjoy the rest of the discussion. I leave my vice chair to continue the discourse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and success with the radio program. I think you are out to go to. Very much obliged to have you here today. Mrs. Yacinta, could you make your contribution, please?
Yes. Yes, thank you, Mr. Kumalai. I can join some of the people who spoke here, and we are organizing, setting up a federation in Suriname for grassroots Afro-Syrian people. And we are reaching out to all the descendants in the different countries where we are staying now, in the Netherlands, United States, and Belgium. And the biggest problem for us is that we are not united. And our people have done great work for 20, 30 years, to get this to this stage. But many of our of the folks who are in very difficult financial situations, they are not aware about this whole development of excuses and reparations. So that is a very important thing that we should do, and we should unite. In the Netherlands, there is too many organizations of our Suriname descendants and fighting openly, and that's why we don't get things done also easily, and that's why the government is like this. So, and we are. It's very important for us to set up programs and to set up those programs ourselves. To repair us, to do mental impairment of ourselves. Can you still follow me?
Yeah, but could you maybe be brief, please, and because we have other
yes. To invest in our agriculture, we were doing agriculture before, and these days our youth doesn't want to do agriculture, but agriculture is the key to development. And as long as we are in this wide economical system, as long as we are chained in that system, we won't get our development done. So we are focused to get this bundling of people united, from Suriname descendant. Well, let's keep it like this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Mrs. I think it's Mrs. Schaap. Or Mrs. Schaap, could you please contribute?
Yes, thank you so much for giving me the word. I am Kalinya from Suriname, indigenous nation, and thank you for holding space for this conversation. I am really missing the voice of people under 40 in this conversation that will live through the consequences of these apologies that might happen. And I'm really missing a continuity of indigenous voices and how we can stand in solidarity with each other as Black people and indigenous peoples and the intersection of those. So I was wondering, I understand there's not a lot of time for that full discussion right now, but I was wondering how we can strengthen that discussion in the future after this conversation. I am one of the board members of the Indigenous Knowledge Center in the Netherlands, so maybe we can collaborate in that. We would love to do that. And we are within our own community also still figuring things out on how to go about this. So I think it would be great to strengthen the conversation also together with Caricom and have more information on protests.
Please, I'm on the phone. You can't make the noise here.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Schaap. Could you put your contact details in the chat then for us, please?
Yes, I can definitely. Thank you so much.
And that was your contribution and a very important comment, include in the future, and that is our younger people, because what sense does it make when we, the elderly, die and take the knowledge with us? We take it with us. So I continue to reiterate on that transformation of knowledge and involvement with our younger people are so important, because they are the future who have to continue indeed with the consequences and the struggle in which we were found that would be in at that point in time. So do please put your contact details in the chat for us, please, and thank you for that so important statement. Okay, I'll go to Mrs. Fleck. Could you please be brief and with your follow-up contribution, Mrs. Fleck?
Yes, I think Mr. Sender just told us that the Dutch government is fake. I think because the research of the dialogue group was not objective, and it was not reliable on correct facts, because the diaspora Netherlands, the indigenous people from the diaspora Netherlands, and the people from Aruba have never been included in the dialogue session of the slavery and colonial past. And we mustn't forget that the indigenous people were the first people. We were the first nation. And with all the respect for the African people, it is very important that you all need to also call our names or tell the story that we were the first, because every time we have it about the African slaves, but I don't think you can talk about the African slaves if you don't talk about the First Nation. So that is my help call to all of you. Don't forget the indigenous people in this all.
Okay,
Thank you.
I would like to give my reaction to that because, like I opened up and I stated already, even here in St. Stations, we are talking about the indigenous people of the region. So I don't think it's overall that everybody is lacking that approach. We speak about the indigenous people. I said a while ago, I have a lot of contact with Sonia Atalaya. We are ready now. We are having this dispute with the Netherlands, how they remove the remains of the indigenous people from St. Eustatius without asking any consent or involvement. And the fact of the matter is that these apology format is coming as it is of concept is because we as African and other people are not engaging in a unified manner. And so things that you mentioned, Aruba, it's not only Aruba, I said earlier, it is all the Dutch colonized territories as such at this point in time still. And so we need to reposition ourselves and put our petty tail differences aside and have a broader vision. So I heard you clearly in regard to the indigenous people, but it's not everybody, and naturally the African people. And I don't like the word slaves neither, because we were not slaves, we were enslaved.
You were enslaved.
Yeah, okay. I would like to go to the following person, Mrs. Michiel, I think it is again, if it's the same Michiel. Then I will go to Mr. Panka and Mr. Gilmar, and then we'll try and wrap it up from there. And I think from the beginning, Mrs. Donette, Philbert, you wanted to ask a question, right? Oh, okay, sorry, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Briefly, Mr. Michiel, please.
I want to go briefly, and what I'm saying is, by the start, I already saying, respect is one of the most of the things what we have to give ourselves and our neighbors, and that's why when Mr. Fleck talk about the way we are talking about the diaspora, is the same way how these white people want us to do. Right now, I happy to say we are here like people from the Caribbean. People from the Caribbean, we don't think like people from the other side. People from the other side, we and them are one, but that's why I think it was the first time in the history that the Caricom going to, that the people of the African Union going to the Caricom. And the people of the African Union is not the same African Union like the African Union which was made in 1963. This African Union is a kind of African Union which is made from the white man. And we have to take care with the Caricom that the Caricom will also be sucked in this system because we are drowning. Let let me give the youths the truth. We right now are going. Let me give them the truth. When we talk about the Netherlands, then it's one woman let Germany take the Netherlands. Still, they must say we are from the Deutsche Blut. We are not like that. They take our people, kings and queens, and sell us. When we talk about the diaspora, then the people of the Ghana, they was cooperate with the people of the Netherlands, and they was not doing the African people. They was doing our people, the people. What we say, we must not say the Negro, but they was called it this time the Negro land, and they was all the Negroes. They was taking the Negroes because they are from a kind of, let's say, the roots of Abraham. And when we talk about Abraham, then we talk about Moses, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So when we talk now about the people of Israel, we say
exactly.
We say this in 1984 by themselves. The people of Israel is the people who is trying to boycott the DDPR. We have to let people know about, because the only way we can do it is just like the question of Big Man was, how do the Caricom could be have a meaning with the people here which is not already stuck up. That was export. I don't see no end.
Okay, thank you, brother. Mr. Panka, could you make your contribution briefly? Then I'll go to Manhat, and then I will go to the conclusion and recommendation as to how we will be going forward as we came here together and highlight a number of very complex and important issues. So, Mr. Pankas, seeing the time.
Diana, we horen jou.
Mrs. Fleck, could you please unmute yourself? Otherwise, I'll have to unmute. Otherwise, I'll have to mute everyone. Please.
Sorry.
Like I was saying, Mr. Panka and everyone else, please be brief. Seeing the time, we are running out of time, so that Mr. Phillips and other members of the panel can come up with overall recommendations.
Okay.
And conclusion, and I go to the word of thanking. So I emphasize again, be very brief and.
I'll keep it short.
Yeah.
Okay. A few important things. We have to look at all the moves that the Dutch government are making. You have the Mondriaan Fonds. You have the cultural funds. They are using the name Slavernij Verleden. The project that is going to happen on the 1st of July 2023. When you read at the page of them, they call the contract workers from Asia who were under the VOC. They are included into our, how do you say that? Slavernij Verleden, slavery history.
Slavery, past slavery.
Yeah, and I'm talking about the Chinese, the people from Java, Moluccan. Suriname doesn't have anything to do with Moluccan. It's not hate that I'm speaking about here, but I want to show you what Mr. Mark Rutte is doing, Premier Mark Rutte. He's talking about the Hindustanis, and those people don't belong into this remembrance of our people who were enslaved. So you have to be sharp with that, because I spoke to the guy that was speaking with Ninse, and he was advising the Dutch government, and he was also talking about that the History Museum for the Slavery, after 10 years, it won't be called History Museum of Slavery. It will be called Dutch Colony History. You know what I mean? So they are using it right now, slavery history or slavery past, and they are planning right now to change that over within the 10 coming years, the name of it. So they want to forget about the history that they have had in the WIC. My English isn't that good. I can write it down for you, send it to you so that you know what I'm talking about because I know what these guys are doing. I know how they work.
Okay, what you're saying, they want to erase gradually the past barbaric colonial
That's the mentality of the Dutch government. I know that.
well, it's been happening for some time already because since the transition in October 2010, you have been seeing that happening on all 6 islands in the Caribbean Dutch territory. So, again, I go back to reiterate, it has to do with we people of African people themselves. We need to come together. We are too much in this form of an attitude. Somebody else going to do it for us. No, nobody else going to do it for us. We are the one how to come. There are sacrifices we're going to have to make, and we tend to forget and not understand the meaning of sacrifices. Sacrifices means you're going to have to get up and you're going to have to do the things where it may cost you to get what you want. And that at this point in time, we are psychologically conditioned in a sort of a pacified mode where we are still sitting there believing that this milk and honey going to come out of the sky and just present itself.
Okay.
It's not going to happen.
Okay, last thing, very short. I started to get involved with this because I see a lot of these organizations making mistakes for years. I've warned them about it. They don't listen. I spoke with a few of them and they said that they are doing it just for themselves. Just for themselves, not for the people. So what I'm going to do is to inform the people what it's really about, what we're talking about right now here, to get them together and start to create a fist against these Dutch government. Not the people from the Dutch, the white people, it's the Dutch government. They are guilty. The royal house is guilty. So you will hear of me. Thank you very much.
That's true. And the Dutch community, white community are guilty too because they accept the profit, the wealth which their state is built on and continue to accept it as well.
Yeah, but we have to educate them because they don't know the real stuff. They know, but
I don't know if it's our burden to educate them. I think it's our burden to demand and, regain what is ours. That is our first priority.
exactly.
Caring ourselves and educating our people.
Exactly.
And after that is done, we can think about others. I think that should be the appropriate approach.
Well, we are on the same line. Thank you very much.
Okay, good. Okay, Mrs. Mr. Manat? Magna?
Yes, correctly. My name is Gilmar Magna, once again. I heard the story.
Could you be brief?
Please brief. Yes, I will be brief. I know what this means to be brief.
Okay, thank you.
Concerning indigenous people, I'm okay with Mrs. Diana Flat because I know her already and she's right. But one thing is that the excuses want to be made by the Dutch government concerns the transatlantic slavery. So nobody spoke about the indigenous slavery that time. So I understand what she's talking about. But we have to walk our path right now, and we will be there for the indigenous people. I will be there for my side. So my heart is with them, so that will be no problem. But where it comes to is about us right now, because we are being taken from Africa and kidnapped, and we have faced our grandparents have faced barbarism. Okay. The other thing I heard about the colonial matters. We are not talking about colonial matters, we're talking about the slavery matters, about us transatlantic slavery, what has happened. So the people from India or Indonesia or China had nothing to do with these excuses. They should stand back. So we have to make a point about that from South America, from Holland, from everywhere. The Asians has nothing to do with the transatlantic slavery. So I have
Exactly.
exactly making.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I don't necessarily agree to that. That the Asian didn't have nothing to do with the destruction of our civilization in Africa, but that's another discussion for another day. I think if you read the book, The Destruction of a Black Civilization by the Chancellor Williams, you will get a broader picture as to how the Asian, the Turks and all of them played a very important role in into the destruction of our African civilization. So I don't necessarily agree with you. They were not throughout the Americas, that's true. But again, the destruction of our civilization started also prior to when the ship was taking our people out of Africa. There was that destruction going on, and you can see the images of that today in the northern part of Africa when it comes to the composition and the makeup of our people. It was not always like that. It was a totally black area of African people. So I do respect what you said, but it's another discussion for another day. Mrs. Patricia, could you please make a contribution?
Yes, good evening. I do agree that the Dutch government should apologize. But one thing which I haven't heard yet is that, and don't get me wrong, but it was also the Africans who sold their brothers and sisters to the Europeans. So I think that we as Black people to get a form of healing and self repatriation.
This is nonsense.
Reparation. I think.
This is nonsense.
May I speak, please?
It's nonsense.
Let her speak.
I think
Everybody, hold on a minute, please. With all due respect, I'm the chair. Let her speak, and then we can react. That's respect. Start with us among us. I may not agree with her. You may not agree with her. I don't agree with her, but I'm letting her speak. Let her make a case, and we can rebuttal that. So let us have that basic respect. Please continue.
That's why I started to say that I do agree that the Dutch government should apologize to the people, the descents from, how do you say that? From the Africans. And so, descent, sorry. I'm so confused because just what happened, so I have to regain myself.
You can just speak about African in the diaspora at large as African people.
The diaspora. Yeah, okay. But what I meant is that I think that we as the Black community amongst each other, that we also should have some sort of healing process with each other. Because we talk about the Europeans, and that was terrible what they did to us, to our ancestors, but also what we as Black people did to each other. We should not forget that. So I think that also that we, the diaspora and the African people should come together, and we have to talk also about this terrible thing which happened in the past, and which divided us.
Okay. Was that it, Mrs. Brockland? Was that it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, I would like as chair to reiterate on that. First of all, let me put it this way. In every country, every state of war, every state of atrocities, you have collaborators, I call them. Nazi Germany, with the Holocaust, you had Dutch and German collaborators. The thing which we need to distinguish in this case is that the instrument, the systematical design of an instrument to dehumanize systematically and to enslave a people, our brothers and sisters who collaborated did not design that instrument. And I'm not going to sit here and say we didn't have collaborators. And by the way, some of our people is historically, based on research, has known, is proven that a lot of them were sent out by the colonial masters. If you don't come back with some of your people, you will be killed at the same point in time. So I'm not disputing we have hadn't had collaborators. But I think the danger is, which you are, when we speak like this, we have to distinguish and make clear that the systematically instrument of enslaving of people were not designed by our people. And that's a fundamental distinction we have to make. We did not create that system, that instrument to dehumanize and marginalize and transfer people from thinking from that of human being to them as a mule and have them enjoy the most barbaric, horrific crimes as we live in this time, which we can imagine, only imagine what they went through. That system again, instrument, our people didn't invent that, but we did have collaborators. And in the overall context of repair, we need to come together and repair ourselves together. It's not only pertaining to what our collaborators did in Africa, it still goes on throughout the Caribbean here. A white woman and man may come to St. Eustatius, and our brothers and sisters will offer them help before they even ask for help. But if you try to do something, they will try to break you down, and you know how you actually extinct from what you're trying to do. So we ourselves have a problem. And that problem is coming together, putting our petty tail differences aside to have Chinese here on this island. The Chinese ambassador comes to this island almost annually to visit them. The Republic of China know where all the people are. And sure they have differences among themselves. But they are building upon a bigger interest. And we need to understand that. So my sister, I do recognize what you're saying, but we need to very much be careful with the semantic way of bringing that along. So I will go, and I'm going to be pushing now for shortly because we have to wrap it up. Say Cyril Jackson, my sister, could you please contribute briefly, and I'm going to rush it through now because we have time, we have borrowed time. Thank you.
Firstly, I suggest that everybody read the book The Willie Lynch Letter and the Making of a Slave. The Willie Lynch Letter and the Making of a Slave. Although maybe Willie Lynch wasn't a historical figure, the writer wrote the book in order to describe how the unity amongst people of African descent who were enslaved was broken. Men against women, young against old. Just read the book. Then you understand what we're discussing. That's one. Two, I agree with Mr. Matna Gilmer that we need to work on unity. I consider it part of our self-reparations. Because when we talk reparations, I don't only think of cash. I think of how to work towards developing, how to change the achterstand, the disadvantage that we have now, and to make it into advantage. But it's up to us. Self-reparations, it's up to us. Education of our history and passing it on to the next generation, involving the youth, it's up to us. I agree with Mr. Phillips, who said in the beginning, we shouldn't wait for them to decide what is our prerogative and our agenda. We should come together and put our minds together in order to get our things in order. So it's both self-reparations and reparations in many ways at the same time. That's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you, my sister, Cyrilda. Could I go to the next person briefly, as quick as possible? Mikil, you have been there many times. I'm going to skip you and go to those who weren't there quickly. And that would be Mrs. I think it's linked. I'm seeing named Pat Link. I don't have a name. Can you identify yourself, please?
Hi, good evening. My name is Fede Silvax. I'm the Deputy Director of the Patlink NGO. So I just have two very brief points. I do recognize, although I do not agree with the opinion of Ms. Blokland, correct me if I pronounce your name wrong. I've listened to what you said, and when it comes to self-awareness and self-healing, yes, that's indeed a thing that we need to undertake as a community. However, if we're going to mix up a discussion between receiving an apology and everything that's attached to it with what our own people, the role that they maybe play, we're falling into this puppet and master kind of dynamic. It's the same as divide and conquer. We are becoming so super divided, and it becomes a very toxic conversation. So I think that we need to make those two clearly separate from one another. One discussion is clearly about the apology, reparation, restorative justice, etc. And the other is about self-healing in a community. Now, my second point is about the apology, and I've listened to all the contributions made today, and I believe it was Gilmar who talked about the scope of the upcoming apology. If we indeed follow that line, that the apology is focusing on transatlantic slavery, we also need to think where it started. And what I miss in every discussion concerning the upcoming apology is that certain African countries are not part of the apology. What the Dutch government is currently doing is cherry picking. We're going to offer an apology, whether or not we agree with it, right? That's a different discussion, but we're going to offer an apology to Suriname, to Curacao, to Bonaire, etc., etc., etc. But how about the role that the Dutch played in enslaving people in Ghana, for example, formerly known as Gold Coast? That group is not part of the apology. So I think that if we really want to stand in solidarity when it comes to the apology, we also need to extend it to the sub-Saharan African continent, and the Dutch government should likewise apologize for the people that they enslaved in specific African countries, no matter how long or how short their role was there. Those are my points. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I forgot the name, Mrs. Miss, but let me for easiness say it, Link. I think you were not in the program, but I open up mentioning that already, that the African motherland continent is no way being spoke about or emphasized at no point in time and in this development process. And I think it's unfortunate that that's not the case, because actually we don't just look at where our ancestors were dropped after they've been took out by force. We need to look at the continent whereof actually everything started and continue up until today to actually exploit to the extreme our people, and they keep systematically underdeveloping that continent. So I totally agree with you, and I hope that some of the players here take that in serious consideration and put that into their manifest concept, which they are going to be writing about, because it's very important, and it should be part of, actually, like I said earlier, whatsoever apology comes about with the engagement of the African people at large. So thank you for that. I will go to, I think it's Ursula. Dick Mon, could you be please brief? I am trying to work everybody in here. It's a difficult task, so I'm trying to work it to the end as best as possible and try to give everybody a sense of satisfaction that they have their input. So, Mrs. Dick Mon, could you please give your contribution? Are you there? Hello? Okay, seemingly not the case. I won't waste time. Again, Mr. Brother Michiel, could you be brief, please?
Yes, real brief. What Mr. Maknak was saying is just what we need to hear before we left this area. You have the LPS, the Landelijke Platform Slavernijverleden. on doing this more times, because right now we do it one time, and you see we have to do it more because we get enough more information. So I hope you can see how we can do this more like now.
Well, again, it comes to the approach of a more systematical, collective approach at large. And that's part of our broader vision. So we need to work at that. And I think while doing that, we need to forget about the petty-tailed differences and include African-centered people who are willing to take on this struggle. I don't think we should waste time with those who are indoctrinated that deep that they will never change their mentality, that they will kiss the ground for the white colonial masters, and those people will go to the grave with that mentality. I don't think, I'm not of the opinion, basically my personal view is to waste time on those people. If they position their mindset at a point in time and come to terms with themselves from an intrinsic point of view, and they get on board, okay, they are welcome. But we have more important work to do right now than to try to, convert people who are that deeply conditioned into the mentality of a slave mentality way of thinking, who cherish and carry their enslavers higher than themselves. We need to move beyond those people and continue doing our work. So it's a collective approach. So at this point in time, I am glad that I am not seeing any more basically questions. What I would like to do now is actually ask the panel members, that would be Mr. Phillips and Mr. Fennell, and also, okay, Mr. Gill, he has left, and I will ask Mrs. Beekman to take a seat on that panel to contribute to it, the rest of us. In final conclusions and recommendations. Recommendations which remains many times only recommendation. We are very good sometimes like the white colonial masters. The only thing they do differently, they have the recommendation and the transfers to practical implementation. We continue having recommendation and we don't convert it to practical practices. And that's a weakness of itself. And I know some of us may not like what I'm saying, but to go forward, we need to be, with respect, critical towards each other and call us to accountability as well and the way we go about things. So it's good to have recommendation and leave this forum, and as we reach home, the next day everything is forgotten and all is said and done. It's a dynamic process in continuation form. It's something you just don't build today by having one discussion. It's a continuous process and it's dynamic. So I would like to call on the people I just mentioned to give their contribution. I will also ask Mr. Omada, I think he said he put it in the chat, the contact details of Caricom. I haven't seen it myself, but okay, I'm busy with other things. If not, please reinstate it again. So I would like to call Mr. Phillips, Mr. Omada, and Mrs. Beekman to the chair and to have some concrete recommendation, proposal rather, and set a timetable, set a moment when we will get back, reevaluate what we set out to do, as to see how far we are picking up in that process. That would be my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I can start the ball rolling. First of all, let me thank you and the organizers for this event. It's really been a massive educational event, and we've learned a lot. I know Darrell Beekman. I met her in 2013, I think, in St. Vincent. So congratulations on being that kindred spirit that's still fighting since then. There are so many things that came up here. I'll try to address them. I'll piggyback on Ambassador Arlie Gills, who is not here. He left. He was the lawyer. from the Caricom Reparations Commission. He actually was involved in putting together the apology. And in that apology that he sent to Armin Zunda, we had many lawyers in the Caribbean, and we addressed the issue raised by the Seabacks in that it wasn't just about the Caribbean and Dutch colonies, but also what happened on the continent. We know that the Dutch had 10 fortresses just in Ghana, and we know that they traded and enslaved Africans in many different ways. So the apology that was crafted by Caricom and given to Mr. Zunda had all these aspects in it because we recognize that this apology has to be comprehensive and holistic so that the Dutch government doesn't selectively apologize or apologize in such a way that is weak, and therefore other European countries will follow likewise and defeat us. I also like to follow up on what was said by many people in that reparations is both external, which is dealing with the colonizers, and internal. We have to deal with self-healing, self-awareness, and indeed the 10-point plan addresses that in many ways by some of the elements we have there. We have to treat each other better, we're divided, and that's part of the legacy of slavery, and this is something we need to do. And I'm hoping, Mr. Chairman, that this is just the first of many of these conversations that we will have, because it's only through this way we'll get to move forward. So let me address the particular issues. Ms. Snap mentioned about youth involvement, and she's indeed correct. In the Caricom Reparations Commission, we have a group called IKEMBA, which is a group based in Guyana, which is Youth for Reparations, that was created by Dr. Brown. That group has their own TV program. They do outreaches. They have a program called Sankova, and they actually interact with young people, speak to them in their own language, and that group we can share with you so that groups who need to get their youth involved can interact with this group. Another issue that was raised was about indigenous word not being used. I know I mentioned it about 5 times in my presentation, but point number 3 in the 10-point plan is about indigenous development. And in all of our reparations groups in CARICOM, part membership belongs to the indigenous community because the CARICOM Reparations Commission is about indigenous genocide and African enslavement. So we haven't forgotten it. And most groups in the Caribbean have indigenous people on the National Reparations Committee. We have Garifuna, and we have other indigenous groups in our committees. In Guyana, our indigenous people indeed have reparations to the Indigenous Act of 2003, the Amerindian Act of 2006, sorry. They were given 18% of Guyana in land reparatory justice. So there are many things happening in terms of indigenous reparations, especially in Guyana, where we have the first reparatory justice act in the Caribbean and perhaps in the world. Let me come to the heart and soul of this, and this is how do groups participate in the Caricom reparations process. Here is how we are structured. We have a Prime Ministerial Subcommittee on Reparations that is led by Prime Minister Mia Mottley, and that has 5 Prime Ministers. They are in charge of everything that happens in reparations, and they report into the broader Caricom Reparations Commission, which has all the heads of states. Beneath the Prime Ministerial Subcommittee, we have the Caricom Reparations Commission, of which the Hilary Beckles is the chair. We have 3 vice chairs, of which I am one. And in that commission, we have all the heads of the National Reparations committees as members of the Caricom Reparation Commission. I'm just telling you all of this so I can show you the path that we can use to get you involved. Additionally, Caricom Reparations Commission, through the Caricom Broader Committee, we've engaged Africa Union, because without them involved, we cannot have reparations, we believe. Caricom Reparations Commission, we've also engaged, and as a matter of fact, we were co-founders of the North American Reparations Committee. So we're engaged in broader dialogue and inclusiveness because reparations is a global movement. Recently, the Caricom Reparations Commission, we've engaged the traditional kings and queens. So Hilary Beckles and others have gone to meetings in Benin and have spoken to traditional leaders. We have kings and queens visiting Guyana and Antigua last August, and we see them going to Jamaica very soon. So we're also dealing with that issue, especially the question raised about us selling each other. It's something we're discussing with the traditional leaders, and we're dealing with that comprehensively. And I agree with the person who said, let's not bring this into the apology issue because we have to deal with the historical facts. I know the chairman talked about co-collaborators. Indeed, in any transnational crime, you have local partners. And we did have some local partners in Africa, but we also had people who were fighting, like in Zinga and Yaya and Tantoa. And so we need to be careful about how we engage that. The chairman was right. We need to separate that issue out. We also, from the Caricom Reparations Commission, we visited Colombia, Brazil, Costa Rica, engaging them with International Decade for People of African Descendants issues, including reparatory justice. And of course, Dr. Vereen Shepherd, who is a vice chair of the Caricom Reparations Commission, now chairs the United Nations CERD, which deals with the Convention for the Eradication of Discrimination, and that deals also with reparatory justice. Now, how can groups in the Netherlands and other parts of the Caribbean engage the Caricom Reparations Commission? My first thought is that the national committees, for example, the Surinamese National Committee, should perhaps engage the groups in Holland and have them be members. And this is where there's that bridge. And if that doesn't work, or if that's not compatible with the needs of the folks in the Netherlands, then they can apply to the Caricom Reparations Commission for associate membership or to be an observer, have observer status. That can be done immediately by writing to Dr. Hilary Brown, who is the secretary of the Caricom Reparations Commission. She will bring it to the Caricom Reparations Commission, and we will share that with the Prime Ministerial Subcommittee on Reparations. And I don't see a problem in that happening very quickly because we've been very inclusive. Recently, we started a Civil Society Caricom Reparations Commission dialogue. So we have the Council of Indigenous People in the Caribbean, we have Rastafarian committees, and we have other civil society groups who have come together, and we have quarterly meetings with them to share with them everything we're doing. So there are several paths. The first path is to engage the National Reparations Commissions to make you a member, but that may not be enough because there are many groups, I understand, in the Netherlands and in other parts of the Caribbean. So the best process, the best path, may be to write the Caricom Reparations Commission through Sir Hilary, Dr. Hilary Brown, and she will respond by taking it through the process. If there are any other things you'd like me to answer, I will address those. But with this particular issue, there is a path for you to be engaged very much with the Caricom Reparations Commission so that you will know the 10-point plans. You will know the things that we're doing. You know about the letters that were written to the heads of states in Europe. You will know about the NGOs that in Denmark, the gentleman that is in Finland. You will know what's going on with the traditional kings and queens. We have an operational strategic plan in terms of what we like to see reparations to be. And each national committee has a mandate. They have 4 terms of references they have to address. And there are many programs that were executed in these national committees. A few years ago, we had a youth rally that went through all the countries of the Caribbean. In Guyana, we went through 70 villages with a youth rally. We also have entrepreneurship programs for our youth. In Guyana, we have TV programs where we celebrate Africa, where we teach people about Africa, because part of the issue with the conflict and with the disunity is that because we don't have a common block of information about Africa's greatness. And TV programs don't do that. They tell us about Tarzan and huts. So we have TV programs, we have books, and we engage our communities from a civil society point of view to teach them about themselves so that their self-esteem is raised. All of those things that are involved in the Caricom Reparations Commissions, and if you were an associate member or had observer status, you'll be exposed to all of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for such a terrific event.
You're welcome. Please, Mr. Revilio Canal, do you have a contribution to make in the final stage here?
Yes, Kenneth.
Go ahead.
Brother Kenneth. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me see. One of the participating members referred to Africa as one of the countries that the excuse need to be addressed to. I do think that she's correct, and that Africa is a place, also a place of delicted, place where the crime has started, has occurred. So, but to be honest, the Dutch government have no clue what it is they put themselves to in this matter, and I even think that they don't even know where to begin and where to start. If I look at all the steps they've taken so far. To round up, I have to say that I like to say that as National Reparation Commission, the LPS, DHERO, and a few other organizations, we have been working in the Netherlands for years now to generate political will among policymakers to deal with slavery past and its legacies. It has been a long, a hard, and sometimes a lonely road, but it seems to result in the moment that will most likely take place on Monday. So hereby, I would like to thank all the persons and organizations who have committed themselves in the last years in the context of the slavery past and the file. I think that even though I have I don't think it will be like unconditional or just apology, but I think it is a good moment, good start for the future. And lastly, I will like to end with whatever words, whatever text will be spoken on Monday. We already know that it's something that we would never accept because of just the proof for that the proof is the way everything works out right now in practice. In reality, it's a proof that it cannot be a proper, well formed apology. So we will continue. It's our moral obligation to continue the struggle of our ancestors, and that's what we are going to do. So that's the other words that I will end with. So I'll thank you. I thank all the participating members and all the organization and all the members of the different Caricom commissions who participated in this meeting. So and I hope that this is for us a starting point and not just one meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Brother Refilio. Other than your illustration of the whole developing process, like Mr. Philip, do you have any specific recommendation which you would like to indicate that we work on as we go forward? I noticed Mr. Phillips indicate a number of steps which can be taken to enhance the process. Do you have any such recommendation or proposal rather? No, I was asking Brother Refilio, then you can comment, Sister Beekman.
Yeah, because before, thank you, Chair.
But Sister Beekman, I was asking a final question to Brother Refilio. If he had it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, and you asked me a final?
Finally, like Mr. Phillips indicated, some concrete steps which can be taken to enhance our development.
Can I comment on that?
Oh, you prefer to comment on that?
Can you give me the floor?
You prefer to comment on that, Sister Beryl?
Yes.
Okay. Well, in agreement with Mr. Colonel, if that be the case, you may comment.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair, because what I will suggest is that because Mr. Philip, he gave some concrete directions, and I think that it is very important that we follow up with him as soon as possible. Because what I also want to know, but that we don't have time, is agreement. Is the observer status? I know observer status because I have also observer status to the United Nations. I'm deeply involved in the intergovernmental working group, in the eminent person at the Commission on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination Fund with Professor Ferin Shepherd, also with the CEDAW, the Commission on the Status of Women. I'm also involved in the processes of the African Union 6 region, bringing the African diaspora into the African Union. I'm now involved with as a chair coordinator to organize the 6 region, because what we have discovered is that there is no, beside Caricom, there is no governance structure of all the diasporas, where diasporas are with white governments. So last month I traveled to Kenya, where I met with the Caricom Bureau Management in Kenya. I was there, and we have now a meeting soon with the High Commissioner of the African Union, of the Caricom in the African Union. So I'm fed this is spiritual, that I'm happy that we have this meeting, because one of the goals, aims, was to discuss with the High Commissioner, in Kenya. Can you imagine with this point? Because what we want is is an approach, is a coordinating approach. Why we talk about the 6 region, and I'm happy that Mr. Phillips can take this with him. I'm also a leading member of African Views. African Views is an organization that covers all the kings and the queens and chiefs in the African continent. We had in 2019, we have our first conference in the United States, where we bring all the head of kings together within the United Nations, and with the indigenous captains. And there is we lay down the basis of the apology. So we don't want anymore that the head of states will, I mean the chiefs and kings and the queens will bother with things like apology, because we have done it in the United States already at the United Nations. So Mr. Phillips, you are a very important person, because if we have the African Views, the African Views. As an organization, we have the African Royal Chamber of Commerce. That is an organization of African kings and queens. We have now also the chapter of the Ghana, Suriname Chamber of Commerce. I know that Guyana has also a chamber, is also part of that. You see, and we have the free trade, continental. We have the free continental area trade. We have that now. So a lot of things. Next year we commemorate Article 3Q of the Constitutive Act that was established in 2003 in Maputo, Mozambique. Now we are busy to realize something together with also Caricom, but we were using the High Commissioner in Kenya to realize that while we have you now to have this connection. So my point is to conclude is that is fine. I think that for us the observer status is the best, but we don't know the several criteria, the segments of this observer station. Like, is it that we have to do something like a MOU, and what are the criteria? So that is something that I would like in the following days. I would like to discuss.
Dr. Beekman, I'll introduce you to Dr. Brown, and you and her can have a dialogue, and all those issues will be cleared up over the phone, and then you can move forward very rapidly. I think there's associate status and observer status. She will advise you what makes the most sense, especially since there are many African organizations in the Netherlands. You may need to come together and be a part of an associate group. So she will share with you how to do it in the sense, in what makes the most sense for success.
Thank you. And what do you suggest for after 19th of December? Because everybody's nervous. We don't know what is going to happen.
Well, the lawsuit was lost. The lawsuit was lost, so they will go ahead and do whatever they have to do. As was mentioned by Ambassador Gill, who had to leave, Caricom is going to look at the apology, and we will have a response to it through an international press conference. If it's not the type of apology we want to see, because it has to deal with the African continent, it has to deal with a whole lot of issues, we will say so publicly.
Okay,
so Hilary Beckles, Prime Minister Mia Motley, the Caricom Reparations Commissioners, we will all combine to get over a Zoom call, look at it, analyze it with our lawyers, and do what makes the most sense.
Okay, that's fine. So we can, because I'm very nervous, I'm very anxious. What will be the response? So to be an associate member means that we are including in the response.
You will be included in everything that Caricom Reparations Commission does once you're a member.
Okay, from perspective of civil society.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I think that with this, I hope that everybody agree that we take the next step. I think that also that this gives us a direction that we are not alone.
Yeah.
That we are not alone. And we have Regilio Fano, for instance, from the National Reparation Commission, the Netherlands. He is, for instance, a lawyer. We have more lawyers. I don't know if Joyce Naar is Joyce Naar. Joyce Naar is an international
I hate to
lawyer.
do this. I hate to butt into it, and please forgive me. But it is almost 4 o'clock here in Vietnam. We've been at it for 4 hours. Really, focus and attention is gone. We should learn to be more efficient. I must bid you good night.
Excuse me.
Okay, yeah. I'm listening to the chairman. But can we say that will be a format for the other countries like France, Belgium, UK, that we have a format? And yes, I I've seen, for instance, Sister Joyce Na. She is a lawyer, internet from Belgium, international. She's born in Suriname. I don't know if she has a proposal on what has now discussed and for the final conclusion.
Yes, Beryl, thank you. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes. Well, I'm listening since 6 o'clock, and it's very interesting. I've been involved in ACP, EU matters, so in Brussels. I will discuss this further with you, but I think what you've been suggesting and to become an observer from the Caricom and to work together in unity, and especially the legal side, to explore it with a team of lawyers. That will be very important. The lawyers from all Caribbean states, or yes, the most important ones, of course, who are involved. Let we do this together and see. For me, the legal case is very important. Whatever they do on Monday, we have to see how we can move on and what legal steps we can take. So I'm, I would like to help and to assist. Thank you.
Yeah, and she is from Belgium. She is from Belgium. So then we have directly a connection with the Belgium part.
Community. Okay, Mrs. Na, thank you for that contribution. I think we are bringing things to the end now, and I notice you have some hands up. I would ask you to make whatever final statement or question you have which is imminent to ask. I noticed Mrs. Panka, you have your hands up. Mr. Panka, could you please ask the question, if there's a question at all, and very briefly, so we can close this wonderful gathering which we came together with in a spiritual and way on the basis of our ancestors' spirituality and philosophies. So please make it brief, please.
Okay, thank you for letting me speak. I've been listening. And I've been listening to the legal part. That's what I said before when I spoke first. Let me mute my sound because it's echoing. Yeah. The thing is that there were mistakes made in the past that resulted in this what is happening right now. That's coming at the 19th of December. I have also been speaking with lawyers about this, how it goes, and I think that it's very chaotic because a lot of people are involved into this matter. It started with Mrs. Biekman. I always told her that I respected her. I'm not always agreeing with what she's saying, but she laid the foundation, same as Mrs. Sonder. But still, it's chaotic, and too much people are into this. At this moment, I'm planning. There's a website coming to get people from Suriname together, where they can be member of my organization, so that we have one speaking voice coming from Suriname. I will also include the people from the islands, but I can't speak for them because I don't know their culture, and I'm not the person to speak for them because they have to put in front their own intellectuals to do that same as what I'm going to do for the people from Suriname. The next thing is that I'm paying this all by myself, and what I would like to know is, are there funds that could help me get the peoples together by giving, giving them the right information so that they know what it's really about, what is happening right now with us people from Suriname in the Dutch and also in Suriname and wherever in the world. So I would like to know, are there funds that could help me because I'm paying everything myself that could help me, a little bit financially. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. As chair, I think I'll make a comment to that. Look, there are funding. You mentioned, I think one of you mentioned the Mondial funds, the Adrian funds. These are all funds which are now being used in relation to Dutch past slavery, etc. And it's also coincide social activities and initiative coming from African people within the overseas so-called Dutch kingdom and that part of the European kingdom. And I continue to always say the so-called because it's on paper we supposed to be one kingdom, but in the practical sense that not be the case. Now, when you look at these funding, you can apply for them. They up here. I had a meeting yesterday with the Ministry of Education, Science and Culture, and this is something I put to them which very much is disturbing. They comes out and bring and propagandize these type of access to these funding, but as you other people try to apply for these funding, then you find yourself in a whole complex procedure whereof you end up having to be disapproved for actually, how must I say, submitting any proposal for the funding at all. So again, it's a misleading approach. I made that clear to them that that cannot be the case. And it cannot be the case that you're using the past slavery concept and having this misguided message to our community that they can apply for funding when they do take those steps, they end up with zero as an answer. And so the other point I want to make with these funding, they also have the restriction, which I disagree with. That's why, okay, the St. Eustatius African Battleground Alliance, we are doing it all on our own as well. I'm not going to actually engage in having funding which is going to tell me how to do our business. That is one. And they call it, project funding, subsidized. On the other hand, it is our money. It is part of reparation. And if we want to start helping to recover and build our communities on which are merit, I think these ministerial representatives need to know, and we need to make that clear. We are not asking you, we are not begging you. It is our money. It is part of the recovery process and development plan.
Exactly.
So I think, we can do that, but we need to be clear. So I think, like in relation to 2023 going up to 2024, where by the way the millennium of people of African descent will be coming to an end, I think, in 2024. That's another element we need to look at, and what did that bring about after all those years. I think Beryl and will be able to say more about that. But the funding are there. It is our money, and we need to collectively, and I think you proposed this idea about your organization. I think that's my idea again. Probably we need to create a network of organization, because this is a pan-Africanism approach. It's not only about the Netherlands or the territories here in the Caribbean. So if we want to make that chain, collective chain of an approach, all of these fragmented organizations, as I call them, on their own, with so much expertise, maybe we should look at how we accumulate and bundle them together, as nobody's taking away your territory or what you stand for, but from a strategic point of view, you strengthen a broader collective approach by having all of these things chained together. So I am saying that is something we need to think about in the future. And
Okay, one last thing. My website is almost finished. Where I will try to get the people from my country to be member. The island groups. I hope that they will hear the message, because a lot of them are living here in Nederland. But what you're talking about is exactly what I want to accomplish. I don't know if you're talking also about the two funds that I mentioned before, the Mondrian funds and cultural funds, because I told one of them. Oh, there's a third one. Okay, I don't know about the third one. I know about two. I also told them about the inclusion of the people from the VOC, the Verenigd Oost-Indisch Compagnie, that was in Asia, and we from the Caribbean are the West Indies Company. I told them that what they are doing is racism actually, because the Indonesians had their apology from the Dutch king, and I don't know what they are doing into our business about slavery history. I told them just to help them, I will make a file with the police about discrimination so that they start to understand what they are doing and that they can't include other nations that had nothing to do in the Caribbean with slavery, especially from Indonesia, India. Don't get me wrong, I have heard what was said before about that the Asians were also into the destruction of our people, or the book that is written. But I'm talking about really what was going on in Suriname, because the Asians came after slavery into Suriname. They got a lot of benefits from the Dutch, while our people had to walk around in the city, didn't get any reparations. You know what I mean? Okay. So I need some help.
All the people from Ireland and Italy, they got hundreds of acres of land. We are the only people today who didn't have an economical status as enslaved people. So again, these are some of the consequences coming out of slavery as they had us, our ancestors enslaved. But thank you for that contribution, and I would really like to close the session if everybody is in agreement with that. Mrs. Beekman, I would like to address to you, and you organize and put this together. I think it's the right moment for us to come to a close, seeing what, and before that I have from Mr. Phillips. Are you still there, Mr. Phillips?
Yes, I am.
I have a small question to you, because I also have a lot of engagement with Caricom, also with Rena Shepherd before she went on to the United Nations, etc. I don't know how you screen organizations, but there is a very high threshold, I must say, and it's a constructive feedback to Caricom in reaching Caricom. That seems to be a problem in many ways. I experienced that, and I have many contacts with people over time created in Caricom. I know Mr. Cummins, for instance. We've been to the first conference in Barbados, I think, after Durban in 2000 and something. But there is a high level threshold if you want as grassroots organization to contact Caricom, and it's not clear who you should, which is the most low level step of approach you should take in order to actually contact and go forward. So I bring that to you as a constructive feedback, which I'm hearing from our community, and many times people come to me and ask me who can I contact. So I think that should be a bit more centralized and clear to our people throughout the diaspora and even on the continent. So that I wanted to bring to your attention, so you can internally take it back with you and see how that actually could be formulated to be more visible and accessible to those who would attempt to want to know more. Even how
Thank you, and I will pass that on to the Reparations Commission. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I would, I hate to, Mr. Michiel, in 2 seconds, what did you want to contribute? Then I'm closing the meeting.
Yes, 2 seconds. I want to say, Mr. Sheikhan, thank you. I don't feel like I try to bother you. But one thing, we people, we don't have to let this same white man tell me again they're gonna make a funds for we. We have black people working in the IMF. We have black people working in them place. We bank. We don't want funds. We don't want no funds. We want banking in our country. And if you feel like you want to bank in them country, we have the right because we are human just like them. Give thanks up. Was I one more time?
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Beekman, seeing the fact that you approached me to chair this section, this gathering, this setting, I'm sure it is time to bring it to an end, close rather, not an end, closing it. Do you have any additional thing you would like to close before me as the chair, as you give me that responsibility and authority to conduct? Do you have anything else you would like to mention?
So, first of all, Brother Kenneth, I thank you. I thank you for your great support to chairing this meeting, and also for your contribution after questions. I think that I know that we were together in Durban. Were we not together in Durban?
Durban and also
in Barbados.
And Barbados as well.
In Barbados. So
we go back a long time. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, that long. I think more than 30 years because we know each other from the union.
With the trade union.
From the union. Yes. So thank you very much, and I will also thank all the participants. We had about more than 100 people who registered. So I was stopped with the registration because I was afraid that the computer, maybe the Zoom, couldn't hold this all. And I must confess also that I'm happy. I'm happy. And I'm so thankful that the Caricom, certainly we reached the Caricom Commission to have them on board today. And I know sure that you agree with me that they give as much as information, and that it was also not information from one side, but we had also a conversation. I've seen a lot of names on board. They names who didn't ask questions, but I know sure that if I speak, I can say that everybody is happy with this. Mr. Wilson, his face don't look happy, but I hope that he's happy. I don't know if he is a family of Amos Wilson, but I hope you are happy, Mr. Wilson, Cornelius Wilson, with this meeting, and also okay, I see your teeth. That is good. And I'm looking forward, Chair. I'm looking forward for the next step, a concrete next step, and as one of the sisters from Petlink has said. Or I hear also another sister about the youth, the youngsters. I can assure you, and she knows she's also one of the youngsters from Petlink, who is now also involved in the United Nations. We have also Jennifer Jubitana, who couldn't be here. We have many youngsters on board also, and they are very happy and very thankful that we brought them to the United Nations system also, and they are now in the learning process. I can assure you that that is one of our goals. Given also the fact that I'm now an elder, and yes, I would like to be sure that when we overdragen. Het is overdragen.
Transfer.
When we transfer the information, it's not only the transfer, it's not only education, but it all has to do with passion and dedication. Passion and dedication and the willing to learn and the willing also to read. Not only TikTok and you know this small, because most of the time people say, oh, so many, we have to read so many. But if you don't read, you will not know. And our African brothers and sisters, scientists and writers, they are writing because they want that we read. So, Mr. Phillips, I think that you are the only one from Caricom left on the. Thank you very much. You are really a chief. I see your clothes and so thank you, and everybody thanks. I have nothing more to say. I know sure that when we hang up, most of the time when I leave a Zoom meeting, it is so rare, but I thank the Almighty Holy Spirit. I give thanks to the ancestors who look over our shoulders and that they will guide us towards the next process. Mr. Eric Phillips, I would like you to give thanks to Madame Hilary Brown, give thanks to the professor, Verin Shepherd, and I hope that with this meeting we have shown that we are willing to go into the next steps, and we are so happy, so proud that maybe we can go with a gerust heart, with a clear heart, maybe to the meeting of 19 December, and that we listen and with the knowledge, with the mindset that we have people at our back who will help to give a good response on the message that we will hear. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you on that note, Mrs. Beekman, and again, thank everybody for their contribution. Thank you for your togetherness being here. And on that note, with the spirit and strength of our ancestors, I say Ashe, and I will be closing this meeting at this point in time until another time, sometime in the future. You all be safe, have a good day, have a good evening, and be well and be safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Done. Ja, wat een ding man was dat. Zo lang man. Bestaat mijn telefoon nog?